and we're ready to go. I'm Michelle Fay and we're about to do the travel category. Firstly, we'd like to have a special thanks to Sony, our major sponsor of the 2024 Iris Awards, and the travel category is proudly sponsored by Fujifilm. So I'll give you a description of what the travel category is. The travel category is intended for photographs that illustrate a destination or culture and communicate some aspect of travel, even if the location is local. Travel relates to an area's landscape, people, culture, customs, and history. Photographs should express or reference either the feeling of time and a place, or simply portray the land or its people in its natural state. Removal of minor or transient elements that are outside the control of the photographer at the time of capture, for example, a piece of rubbish or a small branch, is permitted. Entrants may remove dust spots and flares. Exclusions are composites. All right, we're going to watch the run-through.
Don't go because someone tells you to go. Don't go because everyone else is going. Don't go because it would make you look good, or because you can make it look good. Cities, mountains, streets, oceans, deserts, doesn't matter. Go because you have to go. Go because it was written on your DNA. Go because it's pouring out from every scene and dream and every map that leads you to the unknown. And every thought that seems to come back to the one thing that rips you out of bed at night. And when you go, go with eyes open, go fast, go nimble, go passionately, go without sleep if you have to. However you go all in. And if you don't like the rhythm, just change the beat. As you go, remember, the world is waiting for your perspective.
Okay, that was the run through. We're going to invite our judges up now. We're going to, Roger Wandless, my bad, Tony Hewitt, Jackie Rankin, Mike Langford, and Mike Boynton, please. While we're waiting just for the exclusions to get sorted, we'll tell you a bit about the sponsor of this travel category, about Fujifilm. At Fujifilm, our mission is to empower photographers and videographers worldwide with imaging solutions that inspire creativity and excellence. As a leading camera manufacturer, we push through the boundaries of technology and design to deliver exceptional image quality, intuitive design, and unparalleled reliability. Fujifilm New Zealand has its main office in Auckland and brand ambassadors throughout the country. We aim to support and grow local photographic community by fostering education, collaboration, and artistic expression. Finn and Jessie will be down here a little bit later, and will be in the stand on Friday, so go and see them, and that will be in the trade show. Alrighty, let's get going with print number 1, please. And that has a score of 75, which is a bronze award, and congratulations to that photographer. And would someone like to give me a comment, please? Oh, go for it, Mike.
Yeah, to improve it, I'd suggest a little bit of vignetting, especially on the left-hand side, where it's the brightest part of the picture and the eye doesn't need to stay there.
Thank you. Next print, please. And we have an initial score of 73. And we're going to you're happy and you want to give a comment. So that's professional standard. Well done to that photographer. And we're going to have a comment down the end, please.
Just watch your highlights in that sky. You could have cropped that down a bit to take that out because it is quite bright. The bottom's a bit dark. The right-hand side is quite muddy and heavy too. And then the way you've matted it, because in the digital image we saw a little bit more of the person on the left, but in this case the matting has actually cut through that person. So just overall composition, and watch your tones in the shadow areas in terms of that dark flat area on the right and the highlights.
Thank you very much. And next print, please.
Was there anything you liked? Was there anything you liked?
I should have said that, shouldn't I?
And we have an initial score of 77. And that's, are we happy with that? No? Yes, you can challenge it up, Roger.
I'm going to challenge this. I think we're... So look, to get into the silver award range, we're looking at a high level of imagination, and I think there is a degree of imagination here. This image is about fun. It's about sort of tacky. It's about Americana. It tells, together that they tell a wee story. The arrows lead you in at the beginning and the end, takes you to the showboat, and the yellow links through to the motel. Then you've got the woman, who then followed by the word queen and a bit of a kiss. It's kind of fun and quirky, and I think it merits a bit more than a bronze. I urge you to just be a bit more generous. Oh, sorry, I scored it an 82.
And can I have a comment from Jackie, please, down the other end?
I scored it 74. I could see the merit, what you've talked about. It just felt like the resolution was really low and the sharpness wasn't there that would really push home the graphic nature of the words and the things I'm supposed to read. It's only just about that. So I can bring it up into the higher bronze at this stage, but that's about it.
I gave the 72, which is just professional standard. The main problem, or the reason I gave it 72 is I found myself reading the words more than looking at the pictures. And because it's photographically orientated, I'd prefer to find the pictures stronger than the words.
With respect to Mike, I actually like the pictures of the words because that's Vegas. Everywhere you go, everything that you need to know is in form of 3D words, neon lights, etc. What's intriguing is it's not nighttime, it's done during the day, so we're seeing those sort of labelling. I enjoy the process, Roger. I think the way that they put it together, there is a narrative, there is a reflection on a place that you can go to that gets you an understanding of Vegas. The top three are a little bit lighter than the bottom three, and for me there's a slight sliding of tonality from bottom to top, where it gets lighter as we go to the top, and if that was just evened out, I think it would hold us better in this image. But I really enjoy the cacophony of colours, and I enjoy the sort of little windows into parts of Vegas, and yeah, as I said, the words I think are important because it tells us parts of Vegas that we may not get to see in its entirety. So I gave it 78, and I thought it was well deserving of being up around that area.
All right, I'll bring it up. Look, Vegas clashes. It's jarring. It's imperfect. It's kind of look. I would reward emotion over perfection, really. So I think some of the technical things I'm prepared to forgive because the concept is fresh and it's original. All right, so I urge you just to come up.
And rescore, please, judges. Roger, can you put your score in again, please? Yes, 82. And that brought it up to a high 79, a bronze for the photographer. Well done. Oh, and we've got a review. So now we're going into the review. That should come up in a second. So 79 or 80, team. And it's 79 for bronze. Well done. And next print, please. And we have an initial score of 78. And Mike is going to challenge with that one.
I gave this 82, which is a low silver, mainly because of the graphic nature of it. I find it very eye-arresting. The timing of the capture is perfect. The placement of the people exactly where you need. In terms of the building, it's that you couldn't actually do this any better, to my mind, in terms of a destination. It shows who, what, and where, and I think that's what travel's about for me.
And can we have a comment from Tony, please, down the other end?
I agree with everything that Mike said, albeit the negative space on the right and the fact that space on the right is also quite flat and dirty. It's like, I think it's the tones in this image and the printing that's holding me back a little bit. I gave it 75. For me, the balance and the tension that's created by that negative space on the right and the figures moving to the left is a good thing, but it also draws me to that blandness and the flatness on the right. So I kind of put it in that professional standard or low bronze, but I'm still listening, Mike.
Is it anyone? Go, Roger.
I guess I'm looking for the originality in this image to take it to a higher level. I think if you were there, those were the things that you would do as standard to try and get the moment. I don't feel enough of a connection between the place and what's happening and me to take it high. I agree with everything you said, Mike. The photographer has nailed the moment. I find it slightly off-putting, the technical things that Tony mentioned, but also just the keystoning on that building a little bit, I find a little bit. So, yeah, I'm happy where I am, really.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, look, I totally agree with everything that's been said that's negative, and I've actually given the score that reflects those negative things. 82 for me understands and accepts those negative comments, but I still think it's worth 82.
And rescore, please, judges. And that is 79, so we will go to review. So 79 or 80 team. And 79 a bronze for that. Well done. And next image, please. So we have an initial score of 81, and that is a silver award. Congratulations. And would someone like to comment for that photographer?
The choice of perspective here is fantastic. The way it squashed the perspective for us actually echoes the squash of that crowd. What really spun it for me was the lady in the middle at the front almost defiantly saying, I'm getting across first and I'm going to beat this crowd. And then in amongst it, there's a multitude of stories looking at those faces. The echo of the church spires in the background is quite complementary to the city that we're being told that this is. There's enough information on signs around that image to tell us that we're in Prague, and the fact that this is tourist season almost, or this group. So as a travel photo, I thought it was really good. A couple of little tips. Bottom of the frame maybe is a little tight on the feet, so you could give it a little bit more space. Otherwise, yeah, great image. Well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. And we have a score of 85, a silver distinction. Congratulations. Do we have a comment from someone? Oh, you two can fight over it.
I think the way this image is put together is masterful. All the elements have been arranged. Sorry. I think the composition on this and the separation were the two things that and I suppose the third thing is the decisive moment. And I particularly like the way that the child is running out of the frame, which sort of suggests to something else that's in there and adds that extra bit of tension that I think keeps you interested. It's got the sense of the location. It's got enough interest with the mother and the child at the background, and the way the what would you call them, the wooden sort of pieces, if you like, structures intersperse and frame the image and add some rhythm to it. I think it's just beautiful.
Congratulations. Next print, please. And we have an initial score of 83, a silver. And we're happy to accept that, judges. Congratulations, well done. Can we have a comment? Go ahead.
The colour tones in this photograph are beautiful, the combination of the cool and the warm tones, and the way that the light really leads you into that central area. That works beautifully. The composition is terrific. I'm a little distracted by the out of focus candles in the foreground, and I just feel like if it was possible, and I don't know if it was, but if it was possible to get in front of them so that they weren't blocking the view into this grand and spectacular space, then that could have possibly improved the image a little.
And we're just going to do a quick judge swap. We're going to have Stacey come in for Jackie and Johan come in for Mike. Thank you very much. And next print, please. And we have an initial score of 74. And we're... You certainly can challenge that up, Roger.
I think it's better than this. I think it's better than 74. The reason I think that, I think it's the construction, the two structures to the right frame the image, the placement of that shadow leads you to the person. It certainly gives you the sense of where and who, sort of someone, I guess, I think it gives you that sense. I was held back, I guess, by the the fact he's just smiling straight at the camera. I would have liked a bit more sort of emotion and connection, but nevertheless, I think it's still worthy of a bronze, I think.
And Johan, you're down the other end at 72.
Right, I gave this a 72, mainly for technical reasons, really. I felt the posts on the structures on the right were a bit overblown and caught your eye and then took you away from where you wanted to exist, which was all that stuff on that bench and the character in the middle. The centralisation of the character was a little bit unsettling. And then there's that object, the dark object on the very bottom of the frame, which could easily have been cropped out. So I feel that with a bit more care and a bit more control, this would have been a much stronger image.
Anybody else like something? Someone in the middle, yeah, that's fine.
Pretty much agree with everything that Johan said. I just feel like maybe a crop on this would have made it stronger. So technically, if that's what's holding it back for me as well. The lighting is overblown. Plus, the timing. I think sometimes with these images, if you take a moment, the cats are both looking kind of in a non-engaging way, and I know that's cats for you, but it would have been nice to have, if they're part of the shot and they're part of the story, then to have a little bit more engagement with what they're about. But cropping it in from the right and down from the top a little, bring us into that lady and control the technical side for me.
And go ahead, Roger.
I think I've said most of it, really. Just a matter of where the balance swings between the concept side of it versus the technical side. I accept the technical, the technical shortcomings, but I think there's enough there in the concept and the composition to bring it up to a high level. So that's what I urge you to do.
And rescore, please. And good talking, we got it to 75, and that's a bronze. Congratulations. And next print, please. So do one more and then swap them out. And congratulations, that's a score of 82, a silver. Go ahead.
The real strength of this image is the graphic lines that lead you from the bottom right to the cyclist who was probably only in the frame for a split second, and so that's a really great thing about the photograph. In order to improve the photograph, I don't know that you could do it in this space and time, but one thing that held me back a little was the fellow on the left who's looking out of the frame, and that just takes the drama away from the really nice lines that are leading to that cyclist. But I think it's a great image. Congratulations.
Thank you, and next image, please. And that gives us a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. And can we have a comment? Go, Johan, all yours.
Right, quite an interesting subject matter here, and there's lots of stories that could be drawn out of it. There's a vignette around it that sort of takes you away from some of the good information which is on the side of the train, so there's a darkness there that unfortunately makes us wanting more. Yeah.
Thanks for that. And Kay, we're just going to get you to jump off, and Jackie will get you to jump back in, please. And next print, please. And we have a initial score of 78. And we're happy with that. You can challenge that. Go ahead.
So I gave this an 81. It's not very far from 78, but it's on the right side. The travel category is about sometimes giving us a sense of space and place, and I feel a very strong sense of space and place here. And for an instance, I wondered whether the horizon was crooked, but then I forgave it because that could actually be the slope of the land. But the sentiment of the man holding the umbrella for the horse is quite strong, and so there's another attachment that happens within the image. Also, I thought maybe we should crop out the bottom, but the bottom area gives you a sense of height and placement. So I feel that all the elements are contained in a wonderful way. So why not give it a silver?
And Jackie down the other end.
So I gave it a 75. A lot of what you said I agree with, but the problem was that there's a staticness of the for me, the man with the umbrella just merging a little bit with the horizon line, and the horses just touching the horizon line, and they seem to be just standing there waiting for the photograph to be made or something. But I'm feeling for your story, and I'm listening to that. You know, the right time, is it the right time of day? The shadows are really blocking, making the subject, which is the horse and the man with the umbrella, they're in a lot of shadow there.
Similarly, I appreciated the blues and the warm tones. I'm on 76. The things that held me back were, again, the overlaps and the lack of separation. And I was just wondering, and I don't know whether it was possible, but if it were possible for the photographer to get down just a little bit more, lie on their stomach, for example, then the horse and the horse would be separated from the background, and that would probably be enough for me. But to have the fellow's head disappearing into the umbrella and the horse overlapping the horizon, that kept me in the bronze category.
Look, the same thing about the angle went through my head, really. But we're talking about taking this up into a silver. Why do I think it should be a silver? I think it's one of those images that you keep going back to, and the more you look at, the more you see. It is a travel photo, so the photographer's got to react to, he can't set it up, he's got to react to the light and the conditions. You know, initially I looked at that big sort of area of shadow which sort of is distracting, but I guess that's where it was, and that's what it was. But he's made some choices, and he's shown us the interaction in the context of the environment. It just struck me that the shapes of the hills actually mirror those sort of things at the foreground. So that, again, he made a choice sort of compositionally to look at that. And I actually think it's quite a nice little tender moment. It's not been perfectly separated, but I'm not asking for a gold. We're just asking to go to a silver. So I think it's a bit better than a bronze, just for those reasons.
Johan, all yours.
Thank you. I think there's kind of a counterbalance in the shadow on the hill and the shadow below the horse and the man or woman. And there's a stillness to it. And that static sort of is quite wonderful, really, because it's unexpected, because you always imagine horses have a movement to them. So for me, it gives me a very strong sense of peace and calm and restfulness, and I feel a restfulness with that. And had they separated the nose of the horse from the mountain behind, then this would have been screaming for gold. So anyway, I'm just looking for a little old silver, and I've given it an 81, and see what you can do.
Rescore, please. And watch your mics, team. Just turn them off when you're done with them. And that brought it up to 79, so we need a review. It's going a bit slow, but there we go. 79 or 80, please. And well done, that got it over to 80, silver. And next print, please. And that's a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. And go right ahead, you can give us a comment.
The movement of the person in the space has added so much to this photograph. It is a very still space. It gives a sense of calmness. I really enjoy the curves, the arches, the textures. If the fellow's foot, front leading foot, had been included just a little bit more, given that that movement a little bit more prominence, perhaps that would have allowed us to give it a higher score. But it's a beautiful photograph.
Next print, please. And that is a score of 88, a silver distinction. But wait. Oh, Roger, would you like to go with that?
Look, I scored this a 90. I took a deep breath and scored it a 90. Why did I? Look, I think this is it's ambitious. It has got an extended level of imagination, and definitely communication. There's communication right the way through that collection of images. There's humour. There's humour everywhere. There's dogs doing things that dogs do. There's dogs going in and out of places, and it's to choose the dog's perspective on that destination is quite ingenious, really, and I think it's been beautifully handled. The images fit together well. I could stand there for half an hour just looking at all the little different stories. So, I urge you to come up. Why do I urge you to come? Because I think it's creative and I think it's original.
Jackie, can you have a chat?
I scored at 86, and I guess gold requires, a little. What am I looking for in a gold? It's an emotional impact, which you've described as being the funny stories in there, and I get all that, and I am enjoying the portraits in amongst the environmental portraits. I can't see a lot of reasons that there's not really any mistakes in there. There's a lot of thought that's gone into it. A big collection of dogs on their travels. I guess I was trying to get maybe a bit more of a sense of place, instead of it just being the dogs, but I'm listening.
Go ahead, Johan.
I gave this 88, and I thought about it, and one of the reasons I gave it 88 was, well, there's just so much to take in. And by the time I'd entered my score and sent it off, I realised that I'd been less brave, and because there was so much, I was a bit confused, but then that makes it richer, and it makes it stronger for the fact that there are so many stories in there. And in some of these countries, there are so many dogs, and it's probably representative of that fact. So I feel that as a travel photograph, again, this is very good, and that I should go up to some sort of bigger gold. Yeah.
Each photograph, I think, in and of itself is quite clever. I don't think there are any weak photographs in this compilation. And I think that the way that each photograph has been carefully positioned, there's a really nice balance of light and dark, a really nice flow throughout the image. I feel like every time I looked at it, I was noticing something else that was new and quirky, and tails in certain places, and the whole life cycles of these animals, and how much they're enjoying their place and their space, and that they own their place and their space. I don't think that they need more to tell you where they are. I feel like there's enough detail there to do it. I was probably a bit shy on 88. I'm listening.
Tony?
Yeah, not a lot to add. It's pretty much been said. For me, the reason I held it out of gold was that technically it's very good, but it's not at the highest levels of excellence. It's just good. It's good professional craft. Conceptually, it's very strong. Originality, it's good, but it's not the most... I've seen this before in terms of putting groups of animals together. But taking on board all the comments, and particularly Johan, the facets that we're seeing, and like Johan, the longer you look at it, the more it draws you into the experience of the photographer, he, she or they, whatever they've been through, and what they took away from their travel. So for me, yeah, I'm going to go up to gold.
And Roger, go ahead, finish it off. I'll bring it home, but there's just some lovely, like Jackie, you wanted some more emotion. There's two dogs going at it. I don't know how much more emotion you want, really. There's another, there's dogs asleep, there's dogs howling at you. I love the picture at the bottom left where the tail's going in. And it does show I assume it's in India, but it's showing you the context of the street scenes and things. If you wanted to go to, for the technical perfection, we'd be looking gold distinction. We're not asking for gold distinction. And I take it back a step. Imagine yourself, the photographer, setting yourself this project. It's quite a lot of work, and to put it all together. And there's one final thing. There's a beautiful rhythm in the way it's presented. That every now and again the dogs are just sleeping, like you've got a sort of is it
quaver or whatever the long note is, you know, in the music. So I think it's worthy of a go. Go, guys. I know you want to.
And great chat. Oh my goodness, great chat. That's 91, a gold. Well done. Congratulations. And next print, please. And that gives us an initial score of 78. And we're going to have a challenge with Jackie. Thank you.
I scored at 82, partly because of that the moment of capture and the little relationships with the people and their big and small and big and small. And one of the lady, the second one, show relationships with the rock at the front. You know, why was the rock left in, and the importance of that rock and the quirkiness of it. There's a sense of timelessness with it. This of the high key, floatiness, sense of travel. I mean, I just thought it was a really great moment captured, and silver for me.
I scored this 72. I think what I was looking for was, this is a moment of happiness and that engagement, and I felt like that was contradicted by the dullness, the muddiness, the lack of luminosity, the lack of joy, and perhaps that's a little bit to do with the paper choice. But I agree that it has a beautiful rhythm, that, you know, it's got the relationships, but yeah, that was, and the lady on the left, that her head is right on the horizon there. Those were the things that held me back a little.
Yeah, Tony.
Yeah, look, I agree with both the previous speakers. Interestingly, with respect, I don't know that I'm looking for something. I'm just waiting to see what the communication is coming from the picture. So I don't think I can rightfully look for happiness, and if I don't find it, be disappointed. So for me, it is what it is. It's a static, quiet moment. The horizon running through the headlines, through their heads, for me does, you know, when we talk about high levels of professional practice or moving into an award range, it's not a big fix. It's just understanding that when you're taking the picture, and in most cases, in this situation, I would guess you should be able to drop your perspective a little bit or something. So it is a bit of an issue, and for that reason, and the fact that it does lack an impact in terms of some form of emotion. It may not be happiness. It's just, it seems like it's missing something. So for me, 78 was about appropriate. But I'm listening, Jackie, but I'm still struggling to get over that line.
I think we've all had some learning here, and I think that's part of being at the Print Awards. And I think if it had been printed a little bit higher, that it would have elevated it into that area, because the horizon line would have blown out a little bit more and separated them out. But thanks for the discussion.
And it stayed as 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. Next print, please. And that's an initial score of 78. And we've got a challenge, so go right ahead.
Yeah, I scored this 83. I really enjoyed the kind of double area to attract your attention. So there's that window up the top, as well as that absolutely riveting semicircle of light in the foreground. And initially I thought it was quite, the contrast was quite impactful, but I was really pleased to go up to the print and find that the dark areas still have a lot of detail within them, and if you sit back further you can actually see that resolve even more than when you're up close. So there's a lot of technical excellence in this photograph. So yeah, I would like to hear some and some comments and perhaps address them.
Jackie?
I scored at 72. I couldn't resolve in my mind why the brightest part of the image was the window at the top that didn't really have a lot of interest in it, mostly white sky. I sort of like the sense of the apostrophe upside down, the shape of the foreground. I thought there was enough strength in that was the shot, and I just thought it pulled apart for me because of that. I wasn't looking for anything in the shadows, but I can see it's there, but it's not really adding to the story. I felt the stone in towards the back was a little bit, it could have been polarised or something like that to bring a bit more of that detail back in there, or a sense of travel, a person or a leg or something else of interest. That's where I was at.
Yeah, go ahead, Rod.
Yeah, look, I enjoyed it was almost as if you're looking through a keyhole, I suppose. But I was looking for more in the image. My eye was searching through the window for the punctum, for the cherry on the cake, and it wasn't there. So I came away disappointed. I'm not quite sure what the image was about, rather than of. It doesn't convey an awful lot to me, more than just an arch and a shadow. It's got lovely contrast and lovely shape, but I wouldn't take it into the Silver Age.
Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, I think travelling some of these places, we often disappointed by the crowds or just people in the way. And I think for me, this was the emotional response was that it was this place or a space that I was on my own and I could get to explore. The white sky for me adds depth to the image, because if I take it out in my mind or if I block it out, it becomes a little bit less three-dimensional, less depth. And I like the idea that there's this foreground, this room that I'm in, and kudos to the maker, because you can see detail in that entire shadow area, and that really shows a good level of control of the contrast when looking into the light. But I'm inside this room. There's a space beyond that room that I can go and explore, and then beyond that room, through that window light or that skylight, I can see there's something further on. So I've got this feeling of where I'm going for the day, and having wandered places like this, as I say, seeing other people wandering around, sometimes that takes away from the experience. When I get to the other end of that second space, the four windows echo the shape of that square skylight quite nicely. And again, the keyhole effect, that looking into where I'm going, that sense of exploration. So for me, the emotional response was that sense of exploration into an empty space that's been presented to us in a very well-controlled, crafted image. So congratulations to the maker. I gave it 81.
Thank you for your excellent comments and insights. I loved Roger's reference to the keyhole. To me, that's brilliant. I do feel like there's that enticement from where we are to where we're being taken, and there might not be people to take us on a journey, but there's certainly lines and shadows, and the shape of the footpath and the lines of the footpath carry us around the corner even further into the image than what we can see. The shadows of the trees, I think they are, they're also directing us in that same direction. From the square at the top, I agree with Tony, it just gives it that extra sense of dimension. And the trees that you see there are kind of forming a diagonal, also pointing in that same direction of where to draw us in through the scene. So yeah, there might not be people, but I feel like there's enticement, there's an energy, there's a drama, there's it's dramatic, and it's a moment in time in a travel place. It's not contrived, and I'm really enjoying that peace, that energy, and that enticement to go through and explore.
Judges rescore, please. Great bit of chat, and we got it up to a silver at 80. Congratulations. And next print, please. And that is a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Next print, please. Oh, sorry, comment, my bad. Yes, go ahead.
Well seen, great composition. I love the fact that we see a landscape, a portrait, a documentary shot, a travel shot. Beautiful palette. I just love the softness of that, the way they've captured the light. It makes me feel about Greece, like Greece. I don't know if it is Greece, but yeah, really well put together image. Perhaps one little tip, the building on the right just has a slight camber on it, and straightening it a little bit would take away that distraction. But otherwise, it's, yeah, well done.
Next print, please. And that is a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. All pretty close. Would anyone like to comment, or who would like to comment more to the point?
Look, I love the colour palette and the sort of the cheekiness of the whole image. To me, it fell down just in the lack of connection between what I perceived as the story and the person who, rather than maybe eating something, was on their phone. So it said I have mixed visual communication, but yeah, still a nice sort of cheeky, quirky image.
And next print, please. Okay, so we need to get Tony off. And we have an initial score of 84, a silver award, but we have a challenge from Johan, please.
Yes, I gave this a 94. You can hear the clip-clop of feet through the street. You can feel the sense of stuff that happens after dark that we don't really know about, and it happens all the time. You can see the rhythm in the lighting and the doorways, and then the moment that the photographer has chosen to freeze the frame, which is with a blank canvas behind the subject. It's clean, it's clear, it's simple, and you know what's going on. You don't need any more information. The little bit of bright as you go from the foreground to the feet of the subject leads you to where you want to see. So you're taken there. The lights lead you there. In fact, they go further and take you to where they're going. It's actually quite a lovely piece of poetry, dare I say it.
And then we're going to go down to the other end. Mikey, please.
I scored this 78. I believe I may have been a bit stingy. I was concerned about the figure melding into the background. However, I think you've given us enough of a story where I can see how that can actually support the narrative, in that this is a person who isn't trying to call attention to themselves, and they're part of this space, they're cleaning this space, but they're not trying to draw attention to what they're doing. The main thing that concerned me, or didn't concern me, the main thing that I was a little critical of is the light that is closest to us up in the ceiling. I felt that was not as contrast, the contrast wasn't as strong on that. There was a bit of tonal, lack of tonal range in that top area, and it's filling quite a lot of the frame. And so, but that is probably not something that I should get hung up on quite as much. So I'm listening to you, Johan, and I'd like to hear what other judges have to say as well.
Yeah, I was an 82. I wouldn't say I was stingy, but I'm being educated, Johan. I'll tell you straight up, for me, the lack of gesture, which comes back to what Mika said about sort of melding into the background, the lack of gesture from the figure, I think it's a cleaner. I think they're cleaning utensils, but there's not enough clarity in that communication for me to say excellence or, the highest standard, so gold level. Your story, your narrative about the quiet space is something, I think that was yours, might have been mine. But I'm appreciating that. The technical levels of it, I appreciate. For me, I'm sitting now, I gave it 82, but I'm certainly happy to see it up around 88, but I'll continue to listen. But yeah, if you can address that lack of gesture, there's just, for me, it's lost it in that figure. And we're being drawn to the figure by both the use of the tonal range and the geometry, the graphics and the composition. We're drawn to that figure, but the figure doesn't deliver for me. How can you help me? I'm at 88.
I mean, I'd certainly have this as a silver distinction, and I'm open to being persuaded. I guess the things that worry me are we making excuses for craft that isn't quite there, in the sense that I'd love to have seen this image taken a step or two back and see what that separation is. I just wonder whether, rather than being deliberate, the photographer's almost missed the moment. So I'd say, taking it back a step, the thing that this sort of spoke to me about was just that sort of loneliness and beaten downness of being the cleaner there at the end of the day when everyone's gone home. That's sort of, and to bring that through your craft, I'd want to see things darken down much more, probably, to bring that sense of depression into it that's slightly conflicted. So those are the questions I got in my mind as to whether this sits in the silver distinction or are there some technical craft flaws that keep it back from gold, or am I missing something? So bring it home for me.
There's kind of a tiptoe happening here, to be quiet. The subject is carefully carrying their utensils so as not to make noise. In that silence, there's a darkness as well, and a tonality as well that surrounds and informs us of the environment, but not to the point of saying, hey, look at the environment. It's saying, look at the feeling, look at the sense of things that happen in the dark. The obvious choice would have been to have created a very strong silhouette and made it like an archetypical photo of a person walking through a pathway. And that almost takes away from the insignificance of that person and makes you realize that person's place in that place, their importance or insignificance. And so I think that's actually quite strongly represented by the dullness and the darkness. So I gave it a 94, see what you can do.
Rescore it, please, judges. And that took us to 89, so we're going to have a review. So 89 or 90, team? And congratulations, a silver distinction at 89. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to have a few well, just one at the moment. Can we have Tony come off and Steve come on, please? And next print, please. And that gives us an initial score of 78. And Steve's going to challenge.
I scored this 86, silver distinction. I liked it when I saw it on the run-through, and I liked it a lot more when I saw it up close and personal. To me, it's saying a memory. It's saying, you know, how things get distorted after we've seen them, how the romance, it fades, but it leaves this impression of a place and a time. The fishing nets, the subtle gradients on the boats, very evocative of the location. I think really gently handled print. The double exposure adds to that feeling of the memory overlapping with reality. I think it's worth talking about and bringing up.
Mika, please.
I scored this 71. I felt that the technique, for me, obscured the emotion that you're getting. And for me, it was more about movement in a very static image, but I couldn't understand the reasoning for it. To to me, if there's movement in a static image, then there should be a purpose, and those boats, they don't speak to me like they speak to you. So I'm definitely listening, because I do feel that perhaps the emotion hasn't come across to me, but if it comes across to you, then I would like to hear and understand whether I'm missing that.
Look, I agree with Steve. My initial word was gentleness, but I think nostalgia is probably a better word. It does depict that. But I'm also hearing Mika as well. I do think that the technique might be slightly disconnected from the message. And as I sit back and look at it, they've obviously moved the camera the wrong way, but to my mind, they've almost moved it the wrong way. You've got a big smudge now from where the headland's being dragged across. And so the technique's sort of getting in the way, possibly, but maybe you could argue it makes it look more painterly. And then the boat in the middle, it seems to when I stand back, it's quite heavy in the shadows. So there's those two technical things, but in terms of, it's an image of feeling really, isn't it? And it certainly does evoke that with me. So I scored it 81.
And Steve, back to you.
Yeah, the photographer could have chosen a safe method with this treatment and taken a literal photo of the literal location. What I think they've done is they've brought an artistic, graphic pencil flavour to it, which feels like it's been sketched into your memory, and you've got a recall of this location, this time, which is nostalgic. Thank you for the word. Yeah, it captivates me, and it evokes a feeling of location and me wanting to be there or recall that place. Please think about coming up to a silver with me.
Rescore, please, judges. And that takes us to 79, and that's a review. So, oh, hang on, no, sorry, my bad. Oh, no, that should be right. I've got all sorts of numbers I'm juggling here. Just give this computer 2 seconds. Oh yeah, Shah, if you can come on, please. Sorry, I don't think we can, sorry. Just swap back, just for a second.
Just for a second.
Sorry, Jackie. If you can come back on, I'm playing with a lot of numbers. Next print, please. Right, and that's a score of 78, a bronze award. Are we happy with that, judges? Yes? Oh, you are going to challenge?
Yeah, I'll give it a challenge.
So we need to make sure if you're going to challenge, just jump up real quick.
I'm challenging because of the cat. I love the cat in there, really. It's there's 2 stories in here, I suppose. There's this sort of, I presume it's a bombed-out church of some description. And then there's that wee cat, which once seen, never unseen. And I just like the fact that to the cat, it doesn't matter what's happened in the background. So there's a wee story inside a story. And the photographer's probably, they put it there in an understated way, so I just urge you to reward a moment well seen and a bit of visual communication, I guess.
And Steve, please.
I scored this 76, so not too far away from you, but just wanting to know a bit more about the sense of the location. I can see it's, you know, the architecture of the place. Talk to me more about the cat and why it's there and why you think that that should push me up.
Go, Johan. You looked at me first.
Okay. Well, agree with everything, except nobody's brought up the printing. The printing's quite muddy and sadly so, because it could have been quite spectacular and quite lively and vibrant and alive, but it just feels a bit sad and dead. Yeah.
You want to bring it home?
And unless have you got something new, Mika? No. Okay. Can Roger, you'll write a reply, please.
Yeah, look, I mean, dogs, how does it go? Dogs look down at you, pigs look up at you, and dogs treat the same. Pigs look up at you, and cats look down at you. I mean, the cat would eat you once you're dead. So nothing stops for the cat. The world can break around us, and they're still there, and they just sort of sit there and chill out whilst bombs have probably fallen all around them. And so it adds that little bit of, it grounds it really, and it adds that bit of humour, and it adds that bit of context that I suppose whatever happens on a sort of human level is small compared to the big scheme of things, isn't it? Our storms come and go, but nature carries on. The cat may be symbolic of nature. So that's my little story, just to up it a bit, please, guys. There you go.
Rescore, please, judges. And just a heads up to all the judges, make sure we are short and concise or we're going to be here for quite some time. And that's come up to 79 for a review. So it should come up in a second. 79 or 80, please, team. And congratulations, that's a bronze award at 79. And can we have a blank screen, please? And Jackie, thank you very much for your time. Shah, can you please come in? And once Shah's in, next print, please. Some scores, please, judges. And that is a score of 85, silver with distinction. Congratulations. And can we have a comment from someone, please? Steve, go ahead.
It's a wonderful composition of the location, the time, the women being, I suspect, separated from the men to have their own religious experience, supplicating their deity. I just think it tells a great story. I was just distracted by the big highlight up in the top. It pulled me away from them, but a fantastic image. Well done.
Congratulations. Next print, please. And that is an initial score of 82, a silver. And Steve is going to challenge.
I scored this 85, so silver distinction. Just squeak it up into the next bracket. Really, the thing that does it for me is his eyes. Just so captivating. They pull you in. And he's also got like a little quizzical smile on his face, like, another photographer. But his eyes are just like, I don't know what he's done to them, but they scare me a little bit. But they also make me think this man has seen everything that there is to see in his location. I love the juxtaposition of the sheep and the natural and the texture of the wall against the sort of semi-industrial background of power and pylons and things like that. I think the composition works really well. Yeah, worth talking about. I'd like to hear from you.
Shah, you're next, 77.
I guess it was the treatment of the eyes that actually threw me off, because they look like they've been over whitened and they didn't look quite as natural as what they should be for a man of this age and in this environment. The crop was a wee bit tight for me, with the staff in his hand being cut off at the top, and I felt that needed a little bit more space, and perhaps if it was a vertical crop, it would have given a bit more of that sense of place and that juxtaposition between the old world and the new. That's why I had put it into a strong bronze at 77.
Mika.
So I scored this 82, and I'm definitely listening because I feel like there's a lot going on here, and perhaps I needed a bit more time to sit with it. It's almost biblical. It's like the shepherd with the flock, and yet the background is a total industrialised scene. So you've got the old and the new, the industrialisation and the biblical, and then you've got that child who looks very concerned. And perhaps it's that child that would lift it for me, that confusion, that you've got the shepherd who's guiding the flock, who's doing his job, but he's really got that charisma, that his eyes are absolutely captivating. So I think there's a lot going on here, and I needed a bit more time, so I'm glad it's been challenged.
Johan.
So there's a lot of talk about the eyes, and I think the good thing about them is they get your attention, and I think that's the main thing. And I think bringing up the child is a very important part of it, because behind the man is progress, and that progress is not for him but for that child, and that child's crisp and inquisitive and curious and part of that world. And so I think it's actually a very well balanced photograph, and we could nudge it up. I gave it 83, so it's not far from me.
And Steve, bring it home, please.
Yeah, we're on 82 at the moment. The more I look at it, the more I think about the biblical nature. There's a patriarch. He is touched by the divine. His eyes are alive with some sort of divinity. I think, I don't think they've been overworked. I'm choosing to believe that the photographers managed to get a lucky wall and bounce some light back into the eyes and create those catch lights. And I love the juxtaposition between the technological background and the biblical foreground. I just think it's a very, very captivating image. Easily silver distinction for me. I think I'd go a little bit higher if I could.
Judges, rescore, please, and watch your mics. Make sure you turn them off, please. And great talk, 85, silver with distinction. Congratulations. And next print, please. And that's an initial score of 78. And there's two people that want to. No, you're fine. Johan wants to challenge. Go right ahead.
Right, I gave this an 81, not asking much. It's an interesting story here about how tourism is blocking the view of the world. And it's just as simple as that. It's not more complicated. It's just that. And I think good on the photographer for presenting that to us. Yeah, anything else I'm saying is just words.
And Shah, please.
I scored this 74 as a high professional practice. I didn't get a strong sense of place or a strong sense of history or people. It just seemed the narrative was a wee bit lacking for me. Also, the sharpening around the mountain in the background seemed a little bit off. I'm not quite, if someone can explain that to me, then perhaps I could move on my score, but the heavy shadow in the foreground doesn't really add anything to the image. I was just looking for a little nuggety goodness somewhere, a little Easter egg that would just sort of pique my attention and make me want to go to that place, and unfortunately I couldn't find that.
Anyone else with anything new? Go, Mika.
Yeah, I scored this 81, so I'm with you. What I appreciated is its understatedness and its quirkiness. It made me smile immediately. Like seeing a bus in the middle of a photo, just why? It just cracked me up. I like that the photographer has seen this and captured it and immortalised it. What I really appreciate is the clever choices that the photographer has made. There's some really bright colours there that the photographer has really contained within the print. The print quality is excellent. It really is. And I like the diagonals that lead to the bus. I like the shadow that gives movement, even though everything is perfectly sharp. I think there's a lot to enjoy in this. So yeah, I gave it 81.
Is it new?
Real quick.
Very.
Johan's changed it for me with his comment about the tourist bus blocking the world, but my question is it a tourist bus?
Johan.
Of course it is. And what I really enjoy the most about this is the sense of abandonment of that place, and that's actually an incredibly powerful sense that you get out of that. Even though there's a man flogging fruit on the side, he has no customers, and there's all that open space which leaves you time to pause, and then you get stopped by the bus. And I think it's quite a strong image in that sense. So yeah, I've given it 81. It's not very far to go. Here we go.
Judges rescore. And congratulations, that brought it up to 80, a silver. And can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to do some more judge swapping. Mika, thank you very much. Kay, can you come on, please? And also, Roger, if you take a break, and we'll get Mike up, please. Get yourselves logged in. And next print, please. And that's an initial score of 77. And Mike's going to challenge. Go for it.
I gave this 82, mainly because it's an iconic photograph that's been delivered very, very well. It's not original, but what they have given us is separation of elements, brightnesses, which have shadows leading the eye towards the brightness. It's very deliberate and incredibly well composed. I think it's very highly professional, but more than that, I think it's so well done that we're told how to see, why to see, for how long. It's constructed, and as a travel photograph of something that's often seen, this is what you expect to see, but with the shadow in the foreground, it's leading your eye to the background, which is an additive as opposed to just a normal viewpoint. So the placement of the verticals, separating all the verticals in the background, they're very marginal, but they are so accurate that I believe it's the silver.
Johan, please, at the other end.
Okay. So the thing I didn't like about it initially, I've cured, but I gave it a 75, mainly because I felt the foreground was too hard and unresolved. But when I went back, I got to see the ropes, which was still during the movement, and they actually tie the boats into the image. They hold them in, and it's quite subtle and gentle and quite powerful at the same time. But I did perhaps not have so much forgiveness for the little bright tips at the end of the boats. And, you know, maybe it's just a matter of timing, you know, a few moments earlier when the light wasn't just hitting those points. But it's a strong image. Keep talking, Mike.
Anyone have anything new to add? Okay, Mike, bring it home, please.
Yeah, the strength really is the shadowed foreground and the almost a lack of detail in the foreground that is driving your eye further into the picture. The light on the tips, as Johan's pointed out, actually just adds to that journey along the edge of the boat towards the church in the background. Look, it's, as I say, it's almost a cliche, but it's better than a cliche. And as a result, I think it's just worth those extra few points.
And rescore, please, judges. And that's brought it to 79, so we're going to have a review. So 79 or 80 should come up any second. And congratulations, 79, a bronze award. Well done. And next print, please. And don't forget, we have the Ian Poole Memorial Award. This award is in memory of Ian Poole for our top judge this year, as voted by the audience. So you can vote at the NZIPP table in the foyer. And we have an initial score of 80, and Johan is going to challenge.
Right. I gave this a 87, high silver, and for exciting me about the idea of flying in a balloon in a dangerous way. Like, those flames on the inside look just so bad, but they're contained in an artistic, graphic presentation. I love the texture of the bottom of the balloon coming through with its illumination, the protective layer that happens around the bottom of a balloon to stop it catching fire. Quite stunning. Yeah, very simple.
Okay.
Yeah, I scored at 74, just in professional standard. I think for me, yes, it did evoke that sense of travel for me in terms of that whole hot air balloon and going up in the fire and all that sort of thing. But for me, there's a lack of symmetry that should be there because it is presented to us as a symmetrical image. So that's what held it in professional standard for me.
Anybody else? Nothing new? Yeah? Oh, Shah, go ahead.
Sorry, just really quickly. I just think the top of the image needs addressing as well. It's very clever the way the balloon looks like it's melting because the way the colour is coming down from the balloon. So you have this idea that it's safe to travel in, and with what Johan was saying about the fire being contained, but at the top it actually looks like it's melting. So it's giving you a really interesting contradiction in terms of art and safety and danger.
Go for it, Johan.
Sorry, did you just say art and safety? That's awesome.
Yeah, I did. I scored at 84.
Thank you. That's not very far for you then. Yeah, that sense of heat and power and strength, and at the same time, it's visually discordant in a good way. It's not perfectly balanced. It's not a mirror image on either side, and that's its strength. I gave it an 87. Be strong.
And a nice solid silver at 83. Congratulations. Next print, please. And that gives us a score of 87, silver with distinction. But we have an automatic challenge, and Shah?
I'm so pleased we're getting a chance to talk about this image. It really piqued my interest in the run-through. It's one of those images that even though it's static, it moves. And every time I look at it, those triangular shapes really mess with my head because they're coming in and out of the image at me, and it really throws me off, but in a good way. The colour balance is absolutely stunning, even down to the bucket that the gentleman is carrying as he's walking down the steps, and the gentleness of the man behind him just gently touching the stone as he's walking down. There seems to be like an incredible respectfulness in this image, which I think is quite rare and quite beautiful. But visually, it's just got such strong communication. The print handling is beautiful. The way the photographer has composed it is stunning. And full congratulations to them. I scored at 94, and I'd really like you guys to come with me because I think it's well deserving of a gold.
Mike?
I gave this 81, which is really bad. And so I'm going to raise my score. Possibly not to the golds, mainly because I don't feel this is that sort of creative. I think it's really well seen, but I do totally agree it's a silver with distinction for me.
Anyone got anything new?
Yeah, I just want to reinforce Shah's decision to go into gold. I went to gold 92, so I was pretty close. I get to go up a little bit more, which I think I will. Just a couple of points. Just the colour of their shirts, you know, just the way they're framed in that diamond, the descent into wherever they're going to the water with the bucket, all of those things work for me. But when you're up there and you move your head around, the shadows move. And I know that they don't, but it's an optical illusion, but it works really well. Takes you into that place, it makes it three-dimensional. So, yeah, it's very clever.
And Shah, bring it home, please.
Thank you, Steve. It's really great that you've seen the same things that I did, and the fact that you reiterated the fact about the optical illusion is what is the strength, one of the strengths of this image. Mike, I'm really pleased that you feel that you can bring it into silver distinction. You're not that far off gold anyway, so it's not going to take too many points to pop out of your pocket there to push this over. It could be the one thing that this photographer needs for their next honours distinction, or it could be their first gold, who knows. But I really do feel that it's deserving of a gold for the talk that we've had so far. So let's see what we can do.
Please. And congratulations, that's 92 a gold. Next print, please. And that is an initial score of 84, a silver award, and Steve's going to challenge.
Thank you. I scored at 88, very good silver distinction range. I love the juxtaposition, the contrast of the light, the dark, the clouds, the shape of the figures, the blue versus the brown, the warmth versus the coolness. I love the incline that basically takes me from the bottom right up to the top left. But the way that the photographer has captured those two minuscule figures and caught them in full action, the leading character with a very strong leg going up and the other one sort of, I can't quite keep up with you but I'm trying image. Just huge scale of the image also really appeals to me. So lots of things working in its favour. We're already on a silver, I think it's worthy going up to a silver distinction.
Shah.
I scored at 82. I just sort of wondered if it would have been stronger had it been panoramic. And I find that the juxtaposition between the blue water in the background and the craziness and the wildness of the clouds kind of competed with each other, because the minuscule figures are what makes this image so incredibly strong, and my eye keeps going up to the water where I want to stay with those figures, and I want to know how they did and if they're still alive, and I'm feeling a little bit lazy watching them, to be fair.
And
but yeah,
Mike.
I scored at 82.
I'm just a little confused. I gave this 83. I actually felt as if I want to go higher, but I'm looking at this as volcanic. I'm sure it is volcanic, and that's steam. And the colour palette isn't reinforcing that. In fact, the colour palette's the opposite of that. It's suggesting it's cloud and not steam, but I know it's steam. And I know that's a volcano. So I'm just confused as the message that's being delivered to me is not the message that I'd expect. not that I should have expectations. I've given a silver, but silver with distinction. Talk me through it a little bit more if you can, because I'd really like to go up.
Is it new? Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I am looking to come up to silver distinction. I scored at 84. For me, in terms of travel, what I'm seeing here is the efforts that people go to in terms of these two figures that are moving in through this landscape to actually reach peaks, to see views, to see all of that sort of thing. So for me, that is what I'm getting. I'm getting that emotion, that strength and the determination that it takes for people to go to these sort of places. And the colour palette, I actually don't have a problem with it. I find that the blues are being emulated in the rocks on the left-hand side that is coming through in the waters in the background. So I'm coming up to silver distinction.
Thanks, Kay. The story of the journey and what we go to see these locations, and then to realise that the photographer has then also gone to make this image in that location. The blues at the top, the water, just gives me a sense of depth. It's so far, you're so high, shooting so far back. It just gives a three-dimensionality of it. And I think we're only going up, we only need to go up 1 point to get silver distinction. I think it's worth it.
Rescore, please, judges. And well done. 86, silver with distinction. Congratulations. Next print, please. And that's an initial score of 86, silver with distinction, but we've got a challenge from Mike.
I gave this gold 93. It's a destination, it's a person, it's a culture, it's beautifully printed, wonderfully seen, and everything within the image is perfect. The placement of the person, the separation of the person from the little wall on the right-hand side, the fold of the corners coming into the frame, the light, everything in there is absolutely perfect for a gold print in my mind.
And Steve, please.
I was on silver, 81. I like what you're saying, Mike. I understand a lot of what you're saying. I think the thing that distracted me, it just felt like it was really heavy vignette around it, and it sort of felt like it was muddying around the character, around the periphery, and that was distracting me. And then the line that comes up to the character's head just feels like that is too tense. I feel like just if there was a bit more separation there, I would feel like coming up quite a bit higher, but I'm listening. I'll move my score.
Go ahead, Johan.
I gave this an 85. I'm happy for it to get a distinction, silver one. I feel that the vignetting, as you say, is way too strong, and it's most evident in the glow that happens in the sky, which is sometimes dark and sometimes light, which is unlike sky. And so I feel like the sense of truth and reality has been taken away. Otherwise, it would have gone way higher. It's quite cool.
Real quick, Kay, please.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I like the quietness that has been presented to us from the photographer. You know, whether it's early morning, late at night, who knows? But there's just this beautiful, calm tranquility that defies often the bustleness and the busyness of what we get when we actually are travelling. And the detail that is actually being presented, yes, it is slightly heavier, but there is light direction, which is what is causing that vignetting. It's not a deliberate vignette. It's actually the light that's actually creating that. I'm listening, Mike, to Coming Up to Gold.
And bring it home, Mike, please.
I totally agree with the vignette. I think it's over the top vignette. I think it's not necessary to be this over the top, and that's why it's not a distinction. Having said that, it's the character. The whole point of this image is the demureness of this person, the bowed head, the arms behind the back, the position of that. You talk about it being a point of conflict between that wall and his head. That's what's adding the eye to go to that point. Because of that area, we are forced to almost ignore the vignette and go into that point and say, it's about the person in this place, not about the place with the person in it. And so I'm actually seeing this as quite a unique image. I haven't seen this before. That's a gold, that's a little tick. Because it's original, that transcends things like, okay, the vignette's heavy. But is the vignette that heavy that it can take out an image from being, I haven't seen it before? And I'm always prepared to go to something that is unique, well crafted, could have been better, but it's the emotion that's promoted by the image that is the most important part. So just take those sorts of ideas and say, is this something I've seen before? Is it done really well? And does it move you? And I think it does.
Well said. Rescore, please, judges. And at 89, we have a review. It should come up in a minute. So 89 or 90, team. And it stays at silver distinction. Congratulations, well done. And next print, please. And that is a score of 73. And we're happy with that. A high professional standard. Well done. Can we have a blank screen for a minute, please?
Do you want to comment?
Oh, and a comment, please, from someone. Kay, thank you.
Yeah, I think to bring it into an award level, I think there needs to be more information about what the subjects are actually doing or looking at. Having their backs to us, we're not really getting any information or emotion within the image. So possibly look at taking it from a different angle, but the colours and the tones in the image work quite nicely.
And Tony, we're going to bring you back on. And Mike, if you have a little bit of a rest, please. Thank you very much. Just give us a blank screen for just 2 seconds to let Tony log in. And next print, please. And that is a score of 74. A high professional standard. Are we happy to accept that, judges? Thank you very much. High professional standard, that's great. Keep on going. And can we have a comment from someone, please? Okay, thank you.
A nice moment captured. Love the fact that there's a photographer on the boat photographing the photographer that's actually captured the image. I feel the rock on the right really detracts from the image and is very dominant without giving any information. And in terms of providing us with a sense of place, we're not really given any information in terms of what the narrative is within or what the location is that is being visited. So I think that to me is what's lacking in the image.
Thank you, Kay. Next image, please. And that's an initial score of 78. And Tony's going to challenge.
Yeah, I gave this an 83. I love the simplicity of this image in terms of telling us a story. The use of the tonal range has allowed us to have a feeling of this place, get a sense of the ambience, the multitude of boats, the tourists all flocking to this amazing landscape. And yet every element of that image is got detail in it to some degree. Every element has detail. Even to the point where in the distance, the two boats that are furthest from us, there's a light boat against the dark background and the dark boat standing out against the light background. So the craftsmanship and the control, the composition, the panoramic composition here brings us in from width. And to me, it's a broader statement of all of these flocks of tourists that travel to these remote places to see it, but they're not alone in doing so. And yet the promise of this mystical land out there is portrayed to us through the layering of the tones. And the control of those tones through the whole image is what pulls it together as a beautifully crafted tourist photo or travel photograph for me, which definitely gets a strong narrative and an artistic sense across.
Johan.
I gave this a 74. Partly because of the printing. I felt the printing was a little on the too grey side. There's information in there, and I tried to interpret the image as either being inviting me to go there or telling me not to go. And I actually came up with no answer because I don't feel the message was strong enough. It's telling me not to go there because it's in black and white and nothing looks like fun, and it's too busy. But it's not enough. I feel that it's actually quite a sad photo for me, yeah. But, you know, keep talking, you never know.
Anybody else? No.
I'm not sure that all travel photos, as we see, should be inviting us to go. For me, they can be an observation of what is travel. They can be an observation of what's already there, and the fact that there's a lot of people going. The statement may be that perhaps it's too late to explore and experience this space for the reasons that these people are going. That's past. Like a lot of places in the world, by the time we get there, the thing we were going to find has disappeared and swamped by tourists. I think you said the lack of, in the printing, that blandness of the printing for me, when you travel to places like this, and I'm guessing it's somewhere Southeast Asia, that's the experience. That often it's not blue skies and it's not white sandy beaches. It's murky and it's overcast, but they still flock in droves to come and find this place. What are we looking for from a travel photo? This is a picture of the experience, the real experience of travel. It doesn't have to, in my mind, be look at the sunny beaches and the skies and the happy people and the bright colours. It's not, for me, a travel photo doesn't necessarily have to be selling travel. It's a statement about the reality of travel. And this is the reality of travel for a lot of people. So for that reason, in terms of communication, that's why I see it as worthy of a silver award. So that's what I thought.
And rescore, please, team. And that gives us a score of 79 and a review, please. And a final score of 79, a bronze award. Congratulations. And next print, please.
Okay, thank you, judges. We've got an initial score of 87. However, we've got an automatic challenge from Kay.
Yeah, I scored at 92. I thought, wow, this is just beautiful. The way the building has been framed, the contrast in the image, the placement of that subject. You might say that it's too close to the tree, that it should be further over and the timing's not quite right, but that would be too obvious. And I think for me, I think there's just a strong balance there that just works so beautifully. The printing is sublime. The textures are there. There's another figure in the background that sort of balances the subject towards the foreground. This is masterfully seen and masterfully presented to us. To me, it's gold all the way.
Thanks, Kay. And we've got Steve, you're down the other end.
Yeah, I'm well on the other end, and I think I've probably got it wrong, but the things that... So I scored this 74. The things that... It left me with a lot of questions about why the photographer chose the approach that they did. The vignetting, again, for me, really distracts. It didn't need to happen. And I think the shadows get too intense, and I'm not sure why the tree is there. I know that they've used it to frame the structure, but I don't know why they didn't come around. Maybe it just adds a bit of dimensionality and makes it a bit more dynamic, but the structure is so imposing in itself. Why diminish it by putting a tree in front of it and make it feel smaller than it needs to be? And why cut off the left-hand part of the structure when you could have gone a bit wider and included all of it? So I was left, wondering what were those choices about, but I'm listening to you.
Awesome, thanks, Steve. Tony, we're going to come to you and then Shah.
Yeah, this is kind of a quandary, this picture, because for me it smacked at gold when it came around, but I fell short. I think the printing is really well done, but could have been done better. The tones on the right are just a little bit light, and because of that they pull us to the right, and the tones in the tree are a little bit dark and get just a bit too solid for me. Having said that, compositionally it's brilliant. And then there's a narrative in this which is about, well, from my perspective, the first thing that came to me was protection. We have this incredible structure which is obviously built for protection. Then we have a tree in the foreground which is about protection from the sun, and then we go right down to the macro, or the smallest detail, which is the lady with the pregnant lady and the umbrella, about protection. And so the minimalism of this, the use of the tones, which could have been done better but has been done really, really well, the compositional elements, but that narrative about protection, which is hinted in there, the echo of the pregnancy shape in the structure, really well seen. So yes, for a few little tweaks in the printing, and the details there, the opportunity is there. This could have flown really high for me, and I'm going to put my hand up and say I was a little bit gutless at 87. I think I gave a little bit too much weight to those slight technical deficiencies or shortfalls, and I should have given more weight to the compositional quality and the narrative that's been chosen. And the position of the lady that's pregnant, the diagonal from the right, there's a slight shift there's a line, takes us straight to her. So although she's small in this world of huge things, the way it's been put together, it's all about protection. And for me, sense of place and that narrative, I actually just talked myself into a gold.
Thanks, Tony. Shah, did you have some more to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what Tony said. It was really the pregnant shape of the woman and how it was mimicked in the shape of the buildings that really did it for me. I guess the problem I had was just the tree in front of her, because I felt that the strength was in her and her connection and shape to the actual structure itself. And I'm listening to what Tony said, and I can now see the idea between the strength and the protection. So I think I can bring it into to a gold with distinction. A silver with distinction. I'm not sure if I can go to gold, but we'll see what Kay says to finish up.
Right, Johan just wanted to say something really quick.
Yep, really quick. Okay, so Kay mentioned the thing that nobody else has mentioned yet since. That other person, I found that side too bright, and then when you see the other person, that's why it's bright, so you look and see it. It gives it direction, it gives it strength. Vignetting's a bit strong, but I'm willing to go up from my 84.
Awesome, and back to you, Kay.
Yeah, just trying to address some of the comments that have been made. To me, it's the tree that creates the differentiation between what we would normally see. It's too easy to just photograph the subject against the building. The tree provides a whole new perspective to what we're actually looking at. And as Tony alluded to, that sense of protection, that sense of harbouring, the tree provides us with strength of narrative, which is echoed in the buildings that have been standing for goodness knows how many years. So there's an echoing and a balance between those two. What else have I got? In terms of the lighting, whether you wish to say that it's too bright in places and things like that, this is harsh sunlight. You're going to get bright highlights and you're going to get deep shadows. So to me, I think there's detail everywhere where it needs to be, and there's tone. The tones throughout the image are beautiful. You get this really strong contrasting elements as well. But Tony, thank you very much for pointing out that whole protective narrative, because I think that is what really solidifies it as gold for me.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we We have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please.
And that is an initial score of 84, a silver award. We're happy to accept that. Congratulations. Next print, please. Oh, sorry. Comment, someone.
Excellent composition. Love the sort of flip-flop between the colour palettes of cold on the inside and warm on the outside. Really good use of leading lines on the left to take us through and out into the outer world. Perhaps a cookie or something in the corner or something would have added, but I accept the fact that it's a travel shot and you don't go and place things. Well seen and well captured.
Next print, please. We have an initial score of 79. And Shah, you're going to challenge that?
I think the more time you sit and have a look at the little elements of this image, the more interesting it becomes. There is such a modernity to it in terms of the way that people are dressed and what they're doing and what they're carrying, but there's also a great sense of history in terms of what you see in the windows, where you've got images from the war, the reference to America, and also the dynamics of the people that are talking in the foreground. It just has a fun quirkiness to it. It does have a great sense of place in terms of a travel image, and it also has a sense of history, which we haven't seen terribly much of today, but it has an awesome reference to times gone by and to a time and an era that would have been very distressing and sad and dangerous for them.
This is the sort of thing that I would expect a professional in this situation to take. Compositionally, I find the right and the left a little bit tight. The guy on the right's clipped, and I just find him too close to the edge, which creates a tension and a narrative which doesn't seem to connect with anything else. The gentleman on the left is quite tight with his foot cut off. Now, that could be also in the matting, so for the entrant, just take into account that, but they're still too tight. The rest of it, printing-wise, yeah, it's a solid print. Lighting, it's not overly dramatic, it's not overly sculpted. It's a reasonably well-lit scene, but not extraordinary. The narrative is there in front of us, the lady coming out. I don't find all the figures, you know, engaging in any way other than the two on the left, which seem to be in conversation. So there's nothing wrong with the image from my mind, apart from the tight crop and maybe a lack of, this could use a subtle vignette, but I just didn't find anything to lift it into what, I don't see what I'm awarding as being above what I would expect a professional to take. So respectfully, I gave it a 74 as a high standard of professional practice.
Nothing else? Someone in the middle would be, how about you, Kay?
Yeah, I probably don't really have a lot more to add. To me, the timing has not been, I guess the timing for the images could have been improved, like Tony suggested. The figures in the foreground sitting at the chairs, to me, are the ones that actually tell the story, or telling some of the story. The two other figures are pretty nonchalant and is the subject going out of the frame. So to me, it was about maybe timing and, yeah, to bringing something a little bit more to the image.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, guys. That's really, really awesome. I think it is a bit of a. I take your feedback on the tightness of the image, and if you look at it on screen, there is a little bit more width there. For me, the people on the outside are really not essential to what the story for me is. It's more about the historical elements of these images and what we're seeing in the windows, and what even still today there's still reference to those things which are so important and would have been so important to the people that lived in the village at that time during the war. And that, for me, I guess, is the strength of the narrative, is that connection to history. So yeah, just a few more points would be lovely. Thank you.
Rescore, please, judges. Sure. It's coming. And we've got a 79 for a review, please. So 79 or 80, please, team. $79 for a bronze. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen? We're just going to have some judge swapping going on. Tony, if you can come off, and Mike, if you can come on. Shar, if you can come off, and Mika can come on, and Kay, if you can come off, and Roger, if you can come on. Off on. Right, everyone logged in? Next image, please. And team, we need to keep our comments nice and short and concise, otherwise we're going to be here for a long time. And we have an initial score of 83, a silver, and Mike would like to challenge.
I gave this 88. It's a sort of film type, a movie type scene. The tones, the coloration, the angles, the age of the car, where it feels Cuban, it feels destinational, it feels elegant, the lighting is exquisite, the flare is perfect. I'm talking myself gold, but I gave it 88. Come on up.
Mika, please.
I saw this a little differently, Mike. I scored it 76. I loved the light, and particularly the rim light on the skin and the t-shirt. what you interpreted as cinematic, I saw as a bit contrived, like an advertisement, and I'm happy to revisit that and think about that. But to me, that contrivance I find inauthentic, and the gap between the top of the building in the background and the mat, I think it gives a tension that's not warranted in this space. But I'm definitely listening. I think I've possibly been a little bit hard.
Go, Roger.
Yeah, look, I scored it 82. What attracts me about this image is it's understated. It's made brave decisions, and they've all worked in a way to cause you to ask questions, but provide a feeling. For me, the feeling is romance and cinema and James Bond almost. You know, like why is he? But they've made brave decisions in terms of you can't see the face, you can't really make out the background. You got the flare. You've got the sense this is an old car, but you're not quite sure what it is. The hat's being cropped in a particular way. It's all deliberate, and it all just creates tension. And I'm going to come up. Thanks, Mike.
No, and we're going back to Mike, please, to bring it in.
Mika, you nailed it. It's an advert. It's an advert for travel. And it's got all the passion, all the mood, all the feeling. It's got everything that travel's about, the romance. You know, just for that, 88. Come on up.
Rescore, please, judges. And great talking. 86, a silver with distinction. Well done. Congratulations. Next print, please. And we have an initial score of 86. And Johan, yes, it's all yours.
May I? Yes. Hi. I gave this a 98. I'm absolutely stunned by this image. There's some storytelling in there. I really don't want to travel to that place. The invite from the rat on the right saying, "Come on over, the milk's great." The number of animals in the background, the rats all around the bowl, the bravery. Some people don't like rats. This is just stunning. And the heads popping in from the top. And the way the photographer has chosen the shapes to tell us a story. The way that the photographer has presented to us the information without keeping it at what you might expect. And the fact that it's it was very unusual, makes it even more attractive. Who has ever seen anything like this before? How stunning. And, you know, hard to say this is a great travel photograph, but it is.
Mike, please.
I saw this as
Lack of understanding. I needed a narrative. I still haven't got it from Johan. I'm still looking for the travel narrative. And given that it's a travel category and that all this is the way it is, I think it's pretty amazing. So I'll probably come up just for that.
Go ahead and just lean forward.
Yeah, more. My initial reaction to this was it was a piece of brilliance, but I didn't understand it, and maybe I was a bit, and I still don't understand it. I mean, I understand it's rats, but I don't understand quite what I'm looking at, particularly in that the lower image. So if you could explain that for me, I'd be really keen to go up. There's sort of, I don't know what other people think. There's a slight jar in there in the sense that the difference in focus of the rats versus the background. I find that quite jarring, but I don't know what others think, whether they can help me resolve that. But I'm hearing you, it's totally original, and the colour palette's quite exquisite.
Mika.
I think it's a different lens used for the top photo to the bottom photo. The thing that was holding me back was the brightness in between the rats in the bottom image and the understanding of why it was travel. But I am happy to move beyond that. This is totally original, utterly original. The two rats say a lot about, they're not healthy rats, they're not happy rats. That says something about a place as well. The colour palette is fantastic. I'm definitely going to be coming up from my 88.
Johan.
Come to Ratville. We are multicultural. We have brown rats and grey rats. There's food aplenty. Hang out there at the local bar. What more do you need? This is everything in one. It's humorous, and it's actually really strong. Yeah, I gave it a 98. It's a nice place to be.
Judges rescore, please. And well talked. Congratulations, 91, a gold. Next image, please. And we have an initial score of 81. And Mika, you'd like to challenge? Go ahead.
Oh, I just turned it off, sorry. I've scored this 87 for the mood. This is really dramatic, cinematic. The light on that building, while it has possibly eliminated a slight fraction of the detail, it is so eye-catching. Your eye goes straight to that imposing presence, and the drama of it just absolutely drags your eye to that magnificent structure. The softness of the cloud and the moodiness of the way that the photographer has included the darkness above the cloud, you've kind of got the image in three sections. You've got the dramatic light on the building, you've got the softness of the moving clouds, and then the ominousness of the dark storminess. And I think that's very deliberate, and I think it's very successful. So yeah, I've scored this 87, and I'd like to hear what others have to say about it.
Mike, please.
I gave this 86, which is a bronze award. 76, bronze award. I had problems with the lack of detail on the walls. I also had some other problems with the edge of the trees around the base of the building. Don't actually have a natural edge to them. They've been manipulated somewhat. Also, the large sky, it's huge. I feel a crop would make it much stronger. If it's about the building, which I feel it is mostly, then the building and the landscape's great, but too much sky for me.
Has anyone else got any? Well, I'm going to pick someone in the middle. Steve.
Sure, I scored this 82. I'm in support of it going up a bit more. I like the idea of divinity meeting, the ethereal meeting the natural, and that the monastery is the bridge between the two. So having that immense sky is supposed to show, well, to me, it can talk about infinity, it can talk about something that's so much bigger than us, being pulled down, channeled there, and then being a tangible connection to, nature and reality.
Mika, if you can finish off, please.
Yeah, sorry, it's currently sitting on?
It's sitting at 81 currently.
81.
Yeah.
Right. So I certainly think it is deserving of a higher score than 81. What you've mentioned about the intersection between the rocks and the building, we have to assume that this has been vetted and it's not a manipulation situation. It's perhaps some weeds growing on the top of the rocks or some kind of separation, some kind of darkening of the rocks on the border there. So I think we need to assume that that is the situation. I love the darkness of the sky in the top. It gives a somberness and a moodiness. I really like the divinity aspect of it. I'm asking you for a few extra points to acknowledge the strength, the power, the moodiness, the feeling that this photograph conveys.
Rescore, please, judges. And we have a final score of 82. Congratulations, a silver award. We're just going to have a blank screen. We're just going to have a few swap outs. Catherine, if you'd like to come on for Mika, and Tony, if you can come on for Mike, please. Sorry, there's lots of swapping to be done at the moment. Right, if you could get yourselves logged in. And next image, please. Huh? No, they're just getting organised. And that gives us an initial score of 79. So we will have to do a review So we'll get that done. So that should come up. And so review 79 or 80. Team. And congratulations, that's a bronze award, 79. Well done. Can I have a comment from someone, please? Go ahead.
I think the main thing for me was a disconnect. I could not connect the three pictures together. I was looking for a common narrative and I came up with a couple of random ones, but I just feel like it needed something else to tie them together.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. And that gives us an initial score of 82. Are you going to...
Yeah, I should, all right. I scored this 87 and... So I scored this an 87 and my main reason for that was I just felt this real sense of abandonment. I could sort of identify with those high country places, but, you know, things have just been left. The chairs are slightly askew. The curtains off the side there's a real sadness that comes through, and so we don't reward the photographer for that. And then, but outside of that sadness is that hope of the great outdoors and nature. There's nothing fancy going on there. It's just boring old nature, blank sky, and but there's enough there just to sort of raise your hopes a bit. So I think this is craft beyond, you know, beyond the good, it's into the exceptional, so I'm at a silver distinction.
And can I have a comment from Catherine, please?
I gave this a 76, so a bronze award. I do agree it's a fantastic location, you know, abandonment. We do see some images of abandoned spaces, and I think this one's got some interesting stuff going for it, including the pop of colour from those red chairs and what looks like maybe the remains of a seafood meal or something that's been there a heck of a long time. I guess what kept me in the bronze level, though, was just the strength of that bright sky coming through. It just kept dragging me out there. It is a fairly dull aspect. You've incorporated that in your story, which I think is great, but for me, it just kept taking me out the window, so to speak. But yeah, I'd like to hear more. I think maybe I've been a wee bit mean.
Johan.
You might have been a wee bit mean. That background, that seaside that you see through there, this holiday badge, and that brightness is hope in a way, and it's just such a dour, depressing environment, but out there is life and opportunity and possibility, and I think that's quite strong. I gave an 84. I'm actually quite happy to creep up a little bit even. Yeah, it's quite a strong feeling. Yeah.
And follow up, please, Roger. Thank you.
Look, time's short. Johan said it better than I could. Abandonment leading to hope. That's what we all want to aspire to, so let's go, guys.
And great chat. It has come up a little bit. 84, good solid silver. Congratulations. And next print, please. We have an initial score of 87, a silver with distinction, but we have a challenge from Johan, please.
Yeah, I gave this a 92. I'm not even going to describe what's happening there because it's all very, very obvious and it's been done incredibly well. And I gave it a 92 because it's been done so well. That little bit of darkness on the foreground subject gives it peace. The violence almost of the person abusing, not abusing, but taking photographs. It's like, it's not disrespectful, but it's how that part of the world lives now. You know, like tourists come in and they steal photographs. So I just love it for the yin and the yang. I wish I could give you all sorts of lyrical things, but I think I'd just be wasting words on you because you can see it.
Tony.
Yeah, thanks, Johan. I put it by scoring, and then as you were about to announce, I'm thinking, you know, I think I've been a bit low. There's a little bit more. As I was explaining to myself why I was worth the silver, I was realising that my explanation is probably worth a lot more than I gave it. So I sort of settled on silver distinction around 88, and that's kind of where I'm going now for the very reasons you just gave. So yeah, well done to the maker. Beautifully. The tones have been handled really, really well, and I do love the dichotomy of the story, the two narratives going on there, which join together beautifully.
Tony. Roger. Oh, sorry, Roger, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other Tony.
Just one quick comment. I mean, there's the obvious that it's a moment in time, as in a depiction of tourism now where everyone's doing selfies. But the thing that strikes me, the other thing that strikes me is here they are, you've got two tourists in this most beautiful place. You've got two tourists in this most beautiful, stunning place, and neither of them are looking at it. One's asleep and the other one's doing a selfie. And that sort of has its own narrative as well. It's, I think, well seen.
Johan, please.
Well seen, well captured. Timing, toning and truthfulness, they deserve a gold.
Rescore, please.
It's trying.
Yeah, the computer's going a little bit slow now. Here we go. And congratulations, 90, a gold. And can we have a blank screen for a minute, please? Bear with us. Tony, if you want to jump out. Lizzie, can you come in, please? I think you'll be backup number 2, Lizzie. Yes. Thank you. All right, next print, please. And we have an initial score of 87, a silver with distinction, but we have a challenge from Catherine, please.
I gave this 93, went straight to gold. Basically, it popped up and I just thought, what a visual symphony. The colour palette, the light, it's beautiful. And then I got up there and I totally wasn't let down. All the richness in the detail, the play of light across all these forms. It's a very complex image. And I think for the photographer to pull that off, that complexity, and give us such a strong composition that works, that leads you in there, and then your eye just roams around. You've got the old and the new, you've got the light playing across that, the road, the pathway at the front that's sort of all under construction. There's stones falling over there. You've got the tilting building in the back, all the textures. You know, this photographer, I think this is quite masterful how they've managed to bring all this together so successfully, so beautifully, and that the richness of the colour in the foreground just is wonderful work.
And Roger, please. Lean forward.
Look, I guess I was looking for that extra something, that sort of, I don't know, the something to give me, to seal the narrative. I'm certainly drawn to all the graphic elements and all the beautiful tonalities that you talk about, and the whole way that the image fits together as a graphic piece, and almost sort of, I don't know, slightly Picasso-esque, if you like, or Cubist, with those sort of counter-leaning buildings is wonderful. But then that's part of the place, isn't it? So what's the photographer? Am I being drawn to an image of a place I haven't seen before? Am I been drawn to some artistry? And I think listening to you, I'm erring towards going higher. It's it is very simple. I think it's deceptively simple in the choices that have been made. Make it simple, but it's
Johan, please.
The twist, I guess, is the leaning building. There's also the other twist of the rubble on the road. And I think they just add another layer of complexity that make my 87 seem like the wrong number.
And Catherine, please.
I love that you used the word simple, Roger, when I was talking about the complexity, because I think you're right in a way that this photographer has simplified a complex scene and given us something so successful. And I think what they've brought to this is to see what I probably would have walked past as quite a chaotic image, and seen how it all is fitting together and working together in such a cohesive way. And I think what they've also showing us here, you know, there's a story of this place in time, what time has done to that building in the background, what time is doing in the foreground. You've got what looks like construction work going on. You know, this is a portrait, a very beautiful portrait of a place. So I feel they've brought heaps to this.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 91, a gold. Congratulations. Next print, please. And we have a score of 73. And can we have a comment, please? Go, Johan.
I understand the sense of place here, and that's great. I feel the print's a little bit cold and almost overprinted, so that you start getting lost in the technicalities of the image and forget the story that it's trying to tell you.
Thank you, Johan. Next image, please. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 81, but we have an automatic challenge in there with Roger. Go ahead.
This said Ansel Adams to me to start with, really, the beautiful tones, but more than that, it's the composition. I love the use of light and shadow to capture the lines, to separate the elements. So you've got that wall that leads you as a sort of musical sort of jaunt that you go up, you know, leads your line up, eye up to the two trees, and then finally to the pagoda or whatever it is, and then you bounce beyond that. So it's all shown in the context. It's an unusual composition and choice of composition. The photographer's made some great choices, got great timing with the lighting, and it's positioned beautifully. It's got a timelessness to it, and yet it is a point in time. And the handling, you know, the printing and everything sets it off beautifully, in my opinion.
Lizzie, please.
Yeah, I feel I set this into bronze and I'm pretty happy there. I think for me the handling is actually what really lets it down. It's very, very heavy in the blacks, and as you go out to the outside of the edges of the image, it's almost like they've put on a very heavy vignette, lots of burning, and we're losing all those details that I really wanted to see.
Thank you. Catherine.
Roger, sorry, what did you give it? Did you say what you? A 90. Okay, cool. Thank you. So I gave this 81, and I would like to see it a little bit higher. I think there's a really strong initial impact here in the tonal range. You know, this really just pops off the paper, and I think quite a lovely balance, as you say, between the light and the dark, and then the dark trees against the light there. There's a lot going on here, but I feel that the photographer has balanced it beautifully. Your eye just roams around and you enjoy all those different details. I'm not bothered by a vignette. I didn't think there even was one necessarily, and I feel if it was brighter on the edges, I would just go out. There would just be too much going on. You know, there's already a lot here, and I'm feeling like it's really successful. I would like to see it as a higher silver at least.
And Roger, please.
Look, I think the details are certainly in the highlights, and that, from what to my eye, they're mostly in the shadows. But I don't think that matters. This is more about standing back and exploring the image. It's like a little symphony, really. Your eye bounces around from element to element, from light to dark, to structure to nature, to the massive sky and the universe beyond. So I urge you to come up. I think it's original.
And rescore, please. And that brought it up a few points. It's 83, a silver. Congratulations. And next print, please. And we have an initial score of 82, and Johan would like to challenge.
Right, I gave this 88. It's a very simple image. If we took the people out for a start, the drift down towards the light is actually quite counterintuitive in a way. but it's handled very well. The detail in the window in the background, the archway in the top left, it all comes together quite nicely, and then throwing in the people to show a sense of busyness and occupancy by, well, let's call them tourists. And the sense of movement is the right amount of movement to counter the stillness of the rest of the image. I've given it an 88. Tonally, it's worth an 88 on its own.
Catherine, please.
I gave this 78, and I think there is a lot that's really exquisite about this. The flow of, as you say, you're coming down to the right there, it's really the beautiful play of light there. For me, I just find the people just too muddled. They are not particularly well framed in those spaces, and they're just a bit of a jumble. I like the idea of movement in this space, but I don't feel that the photographers really pulled it off. They're fighting the space to me, and they're taking me out that left-hand side.
Steve?
I scored this 82, and for the reasons Johan mentioned, it's a beautiful composition. I was distracted by the people, like Catherine said. If only there was just the one character and just a little bit more around, that would have absolutely blown my socks off. In the top left-hand corner, there is a line which distracts and pulls me out. If that had been cropped off, it would have been gold any day.
Johan?
Yeah, so I'm not going to ask you for gold for that reason. The presence of the chaos of the people, for me, represents the disturbance caused by the presence of tourists in places like this. And I think it's quite a true representation of that, because it does jar and it's not perfect. And a single person would have been a cliche. So I actually find that chaos is a good counter to the peaceful calm of the rounds and the curves. I gave it an 88. See what you can do.
Rescore, please, judges. And you managed to get up a couple. 84, silver. Congratulations. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 89, but we have an automatic challenge from Steve.
Excellent. I scored this 94 because I was too scared to go into gold distinction. I should have gone gold distinction. That's where my heart led me. Just exquisite attention to detail, and basically each of those windows pulls us in and tells us a little bit more story. The lantern in there, it's snowing. The lantern is bringing us home into a safe haven. The lintels have been painted and worn away. There's icicles hanging from the eave of the house. But the real, creme de la creme is the seagull just sitting there, finding the shelter from the storm in the eave of the house. The other house in the background giving us a sense of the village, and hunkering down. Amazing tonal range. Just love that colour. I just think it's so graphical, so strong, so well seen, and the attention to detail is so sublime.
Lizzie, please.
Yeah, I scored this 86, and I'm definitely willing to come up. I think when you said that feeling of home, and yeah, I was a little confused with the seagull. It's like, well, actually, in a cold, stormy day, you know, the seagull, that a ledge on a window is their home, and it's surrounded by the warmth of this wonderful palette. So yeah, I'll come up.
Johan?
Two other small things that I gave it 87 and should way have gone higher. One thing is the line that runs down the left-hand side of the image leads you to the icicles. It starts in a place of brightness and goes up. So if you haven't seen the icicles, you end up there. That is the apex of the image, and that drags you down. And then you see the eyebrows of the house behind it, looking over to make sure the neighbourhood's safe. It's actually quite wonderful. The offset of the windows in the foreground just makes it even more quirky and interesting and gold-worthy.
And Steve, please. Oh, sorry. Catherine, yes.
Sorry, yeah, I'd just like to say, because I was on 93 as well, so everything that's been said, but also just the use of the colour palette, the little dots of red throughout that just take you through. You know, in the bottom right-hand corner of that lower window, there's some weird little red object that looks a bit like a ladybird or something. But so you've got the icicle, the seagull, the lamp, and that as well. And just even the little dotted line through the snow that takes you back to that house behind, which stops it just being a study of the frontage of this beautiful house. With also I mentioned the fact that it's snowing now is really, really cool. But, you know, that gives you the sense of this being part of a village. I just think this is a very clever, quiet study that just rewards you more and more the longer you look at it. And I'm wondering the fact that, you know, we've already got two of us in gold, silver distinction. Maybe we should be looking at getting gold distinction here.
Steve?
Not much more to... Sorry, not much more to say. Everybody's covered it. I think, you know, I said 94 originally. I regret that. I would have gone into gold distinction. I should have done that and been brave. You know, the more you look at this, the more it rewards you. The delicacy of the snow in the foreground. You've all said everything else. So let's come up and reward this.
Rescore, please. And congratulations, 94, good solid gold. And next print, please. And this is the last print entry. And we have an initial score of 78. Are we happy with that? A bronze, congratulations, well done. So we're now going to go over to the digital, so we'll take, oh, and one comment please. Who would like to comment? Go, Lizzie.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the layering and the composition in the front, in the bottom half of the image. Just be very careful with your handling of the sky. It was quite heavy-handed, and it's made that quite distracting.
Thank you, Lizzie. So we're going to switch to digital. Everyone can stand up and stretch your legs, and we're going to do a bit of judge changing. those of you back in watching the streams, we're all back. We've got new judges. We've got Mika, Tony, Jackie, Mike and Kay, and we're about to go to our first print. Everyone signed in? No, we're just waiting for one. Oh, we've got a slight problem with one computer. All right, we're just going to have a minute. There we go. All right. And first image, please. And we have an initial score of 81, a silver. But we have Mika having a challenge, please.
Yes, I'm excited to challenge. I scored this 92. I have not seen this before, and perhaps that's part of the intrigue, but we've got sandals, we've got possibly a shop window, but the light is fantastic. It's like we've got all these V's, we've got these M's, we've got a language that I don't speak, and the best part of it is the running man at the top. Now, these are not shoes built for running. These are shoes built perhaps for tiptoeing, for contemplation, for religious purposes. I'm loving the graphic nature of it. I really appreciate the light on the subjects, the darkness in the top that makes you really look at that running man, which of course is the universal symbol for exit. Those shoes aren't going anywhere, but you know they give you the feeling that you could put them on and disappear outside. I think this is fantastic. I'd really like to hear what others are seeing.
Jackie, please.
I scored at 73. I could probably come up into the bronze because it is, for me, looking into a window of an evening light. I found a lot of the particularly one set of shoes underneath the running man, dark and obscured. I wasn't really enjoying the lot of M&Ms coming back here, looking at them, but because I guess I understood what I was looking at. The little boxes underneath, I like the wabi-sabi of that, the differences. But I guess I was a bit stingy, so I'll come up a little bit, but I'm not sure that far.
And Tony, please.
I wouldn't call you stingy. God. You married Mike. Look, I was an 86. I wanted to go gold, and I'm not saying I won't, Mika. there are a few things that are holding me back in terms of the dark areas that Jackie's possibly alluded to. But what an incredibly simple but quirky concept and well seen. Really, I think this is about vision of the photographer. He, she or they have seen something and put it together in a frame that allows us to gain more narrative than just what we're looking at. It's not just about the sandals, it's not just about the boxes, but the story that ties them together. The base is the boxes. We then move to the shoes or the sandals, and from there, what do you do next? You move. And the little man reminds us that's the way out, that's where you go next. So I think this, for me, is purely about vision. Technically, yes, it could be stronger, but narrative and concept and I'll say originality, although there's not a lot of originality these days, it is reasonably original. And so for those reasons, I think I have to push in towards gold. I just need it convincing, but definitely high silver distinction at the very least from my perspective.
And make it.
So for me, it is that originality. It's a found scene. It is not a contrived scene. It is a scene that has been found and so cleverly seen. So we've got a window that's a box. We've got boxes. We've got V's. We've got M's. We've got Running Man. We've got just wonderful light. The dark shoes underneath the Running Man, actually, I didn't even notice because they just framed that Running Man. They took me straight to that Running Man. I've never seen anything like this. I love seeing it. I love that the boxes at the bottom give you the key to understanding what this image actually is. But that's not what it only is. What we're being presented with is graphic, drama, contrast. It's so well crafted for a scene image. I just think it's brilliant. I'm on 92 and I would like you to join me.
Rescore, please, judges. And we have a score of 88, silver with distinction. Congratulations. And next print, please. Image. Scores, please, judges. We have an initial score of 79. And Mike. Whoever's the highest. Well, you're both the same, so that's why I was like, Mike.
I gave this 83. I just really enjoyed the narrative. The idea of the Indigenous people, the Maori people being in the background and in the foreground, all this introduced feral stuff. It's manufactured, but it's a great story, and I think it's really, really well done.
Jackie.
I scored at 73 once again. Everything is so lit evenly. It's not really, I can't feel what the photographer's probably brought to this. As a travel image, it's obviously looking in a window. So maybe the artist is really, the window maker, and they've documented what they could see in front of them. And another way of interpreting it to bring more emphasis is to go back maybe at night time and light it with yourself with a torch or something. But I just felt it was all so evenly lit and just brought together as a, and I hear your message though, so.
Go ahead.
Yeah, look, same as Mike, and I think there is a strong travel narrative here because, pardon my ignorance in terms of the cultural history of this country, but my minimal understanding is that you've got a representation in the back of people who travelled to this country, and in the front we have a representation of the foreign animals that were brought in by the next group of travellers, and all in all it's caused a complete F-up of the ecology of the country. I think there's a statement being made here in a very clever, comedic way. I also agree with Jackie that technically it could have been done a lot better in terms of lighting and perhaps in composition, a bit tight at the bottom and little things like that. But there is an incredibly strong story that threads this, and the fact that we've got the deliberate placement in the background of those cultural figures looking down and representing the history of a country which has been damaged and decimated by the introduction of foreign species. Who's the hunter? Who was the hunter? But it comes back to the travel. They all got here by travelling, and each time there's been an influx of a new type of person travelling, we've ended up with this problem. I don't know that it gives us a lot of answers, but it sure as hell opens a lot of questions. It's a great piece of communication.
Mike?
Yeah, just to wrap it up, I actually believe this is a construct by the photographer. I don't believe it's a shop window as such. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt anyway. But the edge of the boat on the left-hand side is the introduced series of animals. And as a narrative, I mean, the Maoris in the background, the paintings, they're not happy. No. And I believe that's adding to that narrative. So just think of it as a construct that's telling us a story, and I think it's really well done and worth silver.
Rescore, please.
What did it score? Sorry. What did it?
And that's brought it up to an 82, a silver. Congratulations. And next print, please. Next image, sorry. And we have a score of 73. We're happy with that. Can someone give us a comment, please? Go, Mika.
The photographer has framed this really nicely with the tree coming in on the left and that strong leading line to the pagoda or the building there. There's some really nice colours happening with the blues and the warm tones. To take it into a higher scoring category, I think there needs to be some element of what's happening in this place, or a point of interest that can keep us in a particular place, because I'm just looking for something that's a little bit more, gives us a bit more information about this particular place.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. And Mike, thank you very much.
Yeah, just a suggestion for improving a crop to the right, taking out that red table or whatever it is, would create a diagonal that leads your eye into the frame more.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 77, and we are going to accept that. Congratulations, a nice bronze. Can we have a comment from someone, please? Okay.
There's elements in this image that really define what travel is about, or what an element of travel is about, the cruise ships and things like that. I feel that there's possibly a disconnect between some of the images that support that narrative. And also maybe consider the tonal range being more consistent across all the images, and just even your spacing. I think there's one image on the right, middle right, which seems to be a little bit bigger, so that the borders around the images are not even.
Thank you, Kay. Next image, please. And we have a score of 74. And we're happy with that. Professional standard. Can we have a comment from someone, please? Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, just a small constructive. A perspective correction would have made the building stronger.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 81, a silver. Congratulations. Everyone's about the same. Can we have a comment, please?
Great use of perspective, good use of the tonal range, well composed, and a good travel image.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 74. And we're happy with that professional standard. Can we have a comment from someone, please?
Yeah, the lighting's a little bit obvious. The highlight on the background would have made it easier to look at, just having that flash coming off the background. It's a bit flat.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 70. High professional standard. Can someone give a comment, please? Jackie, thank you.
It's great to get that moment of all the birds in the sky and the action, but really you have to be very careful of your subjects where they cross across horizon lines and where subjects merge together with others, and the black's just losing some detail. So a few positional corrections on when you're taking the picture will make a big difference.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment from someone, please? Go, Mike.
Yeah, a reduction in the amount of sky would have made the foreground stronger.
Thank you. Next image, please. And a score of 72. And we're going to accept that. Comment from someone? Oh, go ahead, Kay.
Yeah. Interesting use of technique in terms of the multiple exposure, but I feel it doesn't really clarify anything around what the place is or what we're actually looking at. So I think just be careful with the use of technique and ensuring that, particularly in a travel category, you want to feel where you're actually being taken to, and that's not happening in this image.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. And can I have a comment from someone, please? Go ahead.
Compositionally very strong. Love the way the elements are placed within this image. However, I think just the control of the tones has been let go. It needs to be a little bit more finesse. The shadow area on the right is just too heavy, too blocked up, and we're led straight out of the image and over the left-hand side of the mountain and straight out. So control your tones and you've got the basis of a very strong image.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Everyone's very similar. Someone like a comment? Mike, please. Oh, sorry. Oh, Tony.
Look, really great perspective, giving us an anglia view down onto a city CBD. The use of the colour elements, which are beautifully placed within the frame, away from the edges, centre and balance the whole image and allow us to just sit in the image and explore into each corner of it. There's a lot of detail. Holding of the tones has been done really well. Overall, a very compositionally strong image that shares a feeling of travel from that perspective.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. And we have a score of 77, initial score of 77. Oh, and Tony, you'd like to challenge that? Go
Yeah,
right ahead.
I think it's the right thing to do. I gave it an 82. I was torn between 77 and 82 for the simple reason that the middle image kind of jars against the other four. And I can sense my fellow judges have probably entertained the same feelings. Look, I gave it a silver in the end because I think conceptually I like what the photographer's trying to do. It's certainly making a statement about the middle image. And for me, the middle image can represent, you know, that part of a culture that we don't get to always see, whereas the outside images are the obvious images. And I like the vagueness of that middle image and what it brings to the narrative. So if I sort of put aside my feelings of being jarred and that they don't click, I feel like there's a reason for it, and the reason is one conceptually that brings me into the realm of different and unique and gutsy. And The colour palette across all 5 is very consistent, and the gestures of the figures, each of those figures is strong in terms of leading us into that middle image. So the direct or the deliberateness of the posture of each of those outside images takes me to the middle every time. And when I get there, there's this other culture that goes on. So I look at it and I think this is about the fishing, this is about what goes on. The other ones are about the transport of, the carrying of what happens after we've done that. So I don't know if I've explained myself, but there's a magic or a mystique here that's been presented in kind of a unique way. So for that reason, I thought it doesn't sort of sit comfortably in 77, 78 for me. It goes into silver for me because of that.
Jackie, can we have a word from you, please?
I scored it 72. I found the repetition of the background in all the images on the side repetitive without any real reason, particularly not giving me any more of the new story besides different people carrying things. I couldn't, maybe 3 would have been, I could start to read what you're talking about, Tony. And the bottoms of each of many of those images have got distracting bits of foreground. So some choices that I think weren't adding to that story and I just couldn't really get the gist of why the one in the middle was so soft and had sort of intentional movement kind of thing with it, and the other ones were not great shots on their own, I'm sorry to say.
And go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I had exactly the same conflict as Tony, and I gave it almost exactly the same score. I actually saw the outside images as being the obvious images, the working images, the stuff that you normally see, but equally, the one in the middle is the romantic image. Now, the romance of the middle one is almost as a result of what happens on the outside. So I'm with you, Tony. I'm sort of 83. But having said all that, everything Jackie's just said makes perfect sense as well. So it's a dilemma.
Tony. Sorry. I've just put the challenge down right. Tony, can you finish off, please?
Sure. Yeah, look, I think it's been said, and what I'll come back to is 2 things. The story is still quite strong. Like when we look at it, we know what we're looking at, we know what it's about. So emotionally, the colours and all of that are very congruent and complementary to that narrative. The structure of the individual images and the way they're presented jars us a little. I get that. Is that necessarily a bad thing? I'm not so sure. And then when I look at the definition of silver, it does include a higher level of imagination or perhaps creativity. And for me, that opens the door. It opens the door to the fact that this is a little bit different. It's making us think, it's stopping us, it's making us ask questions, and yet we know what it's about. We're not asking questions because we don't know what we're supposed to be looking at. We're asking questions about, is this the best way to tell the story? Well, this is a different way to tell that story, and I think it's worth a silver for that reason.
Rescore, please. And great talking. That brought it up to a silver award. Congratulations. Oh, 80. Did I not say 80? Oh my gosh. Can we have the next image, please? And that scored 77, Bronze Award. Congratulations. And can we have a comment from someone, please? Mika?
The quietness of this image and the colour palette of the blues with the golds and the beautiful soft light are really wonderful. I was really distracted by the photographer walking into the frame, and I understand that that was intentional, but for me it was a big distraction, and I think the photograph was enough without the person.
Next image, please. And we have an initial score of 80, and Jackie's going to challenge.
I scored at 86. The conversation that's happening in the foreground with all the figures being reiterated so wonderfully in the background, and our photographers seeing that, I feel they've seen it in a way that's just the allegory of it and the painterly. I mean, we're in a gallery. It works so well. The two red coats. You can see all those colours, the mimicking, and then that little guy on the right looking up with his mouth open. There's a few wow moments. All the people are propped. They're all looking up at obviously this amazing ceiling. Yet the two figures in red, the coats are controlling. They're looking as is at the top in the image at the back. Why isn't this not a silver distinction? I think the high communication craft and skill has really come in here.
And Tony, can we have a comment from you, please?
Yeah, look, I missed it. Thank you. The echoing of the colour palette in the painting versus the foreground people, that's really clever. That's really well seen. The two red coats, the colours in the foreground people mimics the colour in the background people. The white statue mimics the tent on the right. The black statue mimics the tree on the left. It's really cleverly seen, and I completely missed it. My apologies. I gave it 74. I'm happy to go up into that silver range, definitely. Thanks, Jackie.
Mika, you're in the middle.
I can leave me out. It's okay. As long as it goes up.
I missed it too. So I loved everything that was happening in the foreground, and I scored at 82 just for that. The faces are all looking up except for two. There's one looking to the left, a little bit confused, and there's the fellow who's standing there kind of guarding the space. I thought that was enough for a silver award, but oh my gosh, Jackie, I'm so glad you challenged this.
I can add something.
Go ahead.
Okay. The fact that we're supposed to be looking at the painting, but we don't know what everyone's looking at. And it's the question, it's that not knowing what is beyond the photograph is the big question mark, and that's the 86, 87.
Rescore, please, judges.
All right, so I gave it 86,
sorry.
and I'm encouraging you, maybe it should be 88 or go as high as you like, because really it has an enduring quality, so perhaps it's even a gold for some. Yeah, go there.
Thank you, Jackie. Rescore. And that brought it up to 87. Silver with distinction. Congratulations. Next image, please. And that is a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. And a comment, Mika.
I think this is a well photographed scene of interesting things, and I enjoyed looking at those interesting things, but for the score to go higher, I think those things needed to talk to each other a little bit more so that we had some kind of story to bring all of those things together.
Thanks for that. Next image, please. And we have a score of 78, a bronze award. And we're going to accept that. Congratulations. Well,
I can
it's,
challenge. Yeah, I'm sorry.
yes, Mike's going to challenge it.
I gave this 83, and when I first looked at it, I thought it needs a crop to go into the frame much more than what it does. And then I started to look at the colours on the outside that link the eye into the person on the bite. The umbrella is the X factor. It's what shouldn't be there, but what's there and what's been photographed. And I think the fact that that's left field obscure has made me look at it again and again and again and ask the question of why. I haven't got an answer, but it's visually interesting, so I gave it an 83.
And Mika, please.
I scored at 74. I felt that it was a strong image with good leading lines. I did like the reds, the way that they tied in. I loved the umbrella, but it just wasn't enough to put me in the next scoring range. But I'm listening because I think there are a lot of interesting elements in the photograph.
And Jackie.
I scored 78, and I found the umbrella quite distracting. Look, maybe a step to the left and the handle of the umbrella would have been separated out from the road. I just find it an incongruity of it, and there's not even any rain that day. So I had a problem with that umbrella, but I'm listening, Mike.
Go ahead,
Let's
Mike.
just change our mindset and become surrealists and look at the umbrella as being the thing that shouldn't be there that is. We have to accept it as being there because the photographers visualised it there, but not necessarily put it there, but they've found something that's wabi-sabi, and it's Japanese, and it's in Japan, and all those things tie together and go, what the weirdness? And so for that reason alone, it's only a silver. It's not huge, but it's different enough to take seriously.
Rescore, please, judges. And well done. It was a silver. 80. Congratulations. Next image, please. And we have a score of 76, and Mika's going to challenge this one.
This made me smile and brought back memories of Doctor Who and the TARDIS disappearing, that moment where it's only just there and you're seeing it melt away. I think it's quirky. I think it's unlike anything I've seen before. I appreciate the size of that disappearing shed within the landscape. I love the repetitiveness, but not repetitiveness of those three trees. The feeling of the wind and I can hear the sound in this image. I'm rewarding it for its originality and quirkiness, and I'd like to hear what you have to say about it.
Tony.
Yeah, I acknowledge that it's a little different and quirky, but for me, quirky and originality don't necessarily equate to a high score. That's what it is, but I find it confusing, and I'm struggling to connect the two images. I kind of feel like I could see just one of the images because there's a really good landscape. There's maybe two good landscapes within that compositing or that doubling up, and I feel like by putting them together and creating it this way, we've kind of confused and created a chaos that doesn't actually lead me anywhere else. I'd rather see one or the other, so I'm struggling to get it up into bronze. I'm in professional standard, technically quite good, but I just don't think that they've got the connection happening.
Mike.
Yeah, I could be out of order on this, but I'd like to question the description for the category at the start said no multiple exposures. And yet,
no composites.
No composites. Thank you very much. Okay, that's it.
Mika.
I'm rewarding the photographer for the surreality of this image. The photographer has created something that is not what it is. And I'm really appreciating the strangeness of it. I'm appreciating the shadow that comes out from that disappearing shed that I do not understand where that shadow is coming from. I'm appreciating that there's a leading line that leads you to those rustling trees that are swaying in the wind there. To me, it's not at all about the landscape, and I'm not bothered that the photographer has not tried to capture the reality of this scene. They've created something that takes me away to a different world, takes me away to a different universe, rather than just travelling within my own.
Judges rescore, please. And we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. And next image, please. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. And, you guys can fight over it. Mike or Tony?
Tony's a visitor.
Yeah, overseas guests. You know what
All right, Tony, here you go.
Look, I don't know what Mike was going to say, but I do enjoy the colour palette and I do enjoy the energy of this image. And I saw one of the judges put their hand up to crop out the left, which I did first, but I think that's integral. I would actually crop a third off the right, take the boats out and make it about that juxtaposition between the... Sorry? sorry, whatever. There you go. I can't even see what they are. So they're distracting me and not giving me any information. Cut out that right-hand side a little bit and make it about the corner of that person and the bikes. But yeah, I really like the feeling that I'm getting from this picture. Mike wants.
Same thought. See.
Said you crop out the cars.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. And next image, please. And we have a score of 72. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. Create some depth with your lighting. The front lighting's just flattening out the whole image.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 71. And can we have a comment for the photographer? Go ahead.
There's an inconsistency in focus. Now, that could come about by a few means, but I'm suspecting it might be because if it's shot through perspex or something like that, you're getting this sort of distortion from that glass. It can also be the, what's it called, Therm? Jet disturbance, yeah, the air disturbance is a name for it. Anyway, laminar flow that's coming past that thing. So be aware of these things when shooting from the air. Plus the cloud in the top left is quite bright and distracting, and while it might balance the bright hut down in the bottom third, it's still a little bit too bright. So there's the basis of a good image here, but watch out for those distortions when you're shooting out of aircraft.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have an initial score of 76, and Jackie's got a challenge for this one.
I've given it 82. There's a great story through here. You can read it. And this guy's not very good at hanging out his washing. He's an old fella on his own, and he's got to do all the chores. And somebody's seen this from the side, but the jeans hanging up there, there's a great shape that sort of like that gets reiterated through his body, and the things in the right place and it's been seen from the edge of the road. There's been no control here except the control of the shutter of all those shapes coming together to tell this story in autumn in a Kiwi kind of landscape, or it could be anywhere, but the mower and separation of things, and it's quite painterly and extraordinary, really. His gestures, it's timeless.
Mika.
Silver.
I'm down the other end of the spectrum. I scored this 73. I felt that the overlap between the gentleman and the hanging clothes was really, it diminished the fellow, and I feel like he is the subject of this photograph. His life is there, and I just feel like the decisive moment just was missed. If he were in another position, I'm not sure exactly where, but perhaps that would have allowed us to really appreciate the hanging clothes in and of themselves, and him in and of himself. But I feel like that overlap has confused the message somewhat.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, I picked up on a story too, and for me it was about this, that this man is no longer travelling. The only place he's travelling to is in his own backyard, but the people that are passing by and observing that, they're the travellers. So it's about what they see as they are actually travelling. Some of the highlights could be maybe controlled a little bit more, but to me that was about the story, and I just scored it in a bronze, but I'm listening.
Yeah, so you're listening to a silver, because if you move any of those elements around, they'll be in the wrong place. This is the chaos of his life. It's all in those garbage bins and all the mess in the back shed that's open. But there's light against dark. For me, the man crossing over is in the perfect space. It's right over the top, that bit of red in the background. There's nowhere else he could have stood. Particularly, now, if it had been delivered to us a little bit darker in some of those tones that Kay mentioned, I think it would have got you straight away. But I'm asking you to look past that little bit of technicality and just to really embrace that story and what we've been presented with in perfect position, a great composition.
Thank you, Jackie. Rescore, please. And great chat. You got it up to 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Next image, please. And we have an initial score of 80. Johan's going to challenge that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just about to say. Okay. I gave it an 87. The sense of being worn down by the environment is emphasised by the overlay, the multiple layers of environment over the building itself. And it's quite a juxtaposition, I guess, if you want to call it that, which gives us what looks like a pencil illustration almost. And it's quite haunting. And then that we are evidenced with the environment by the layering as we go up to the top of the image. It's quite surreal in a quite mystical way, and it deserves sitting with and letting it rest upon your hearts for a while. Yeah, and just feel the age, the deterioration, and the presence of that building and that particular environment. Yeah.
Thanks. Kay, please.
Yeah, for me, the use of the multiple exposure has actually degraded the image. And I know you're going to say, well, yeah, it's about the deterioration of the building and all that sort of thing. I understand you're going to say that, right, Johan. But for me, it actually it impacts on the quality of the image from my perspective. I think a lot of what you talked about could be told without the use of multiple exposure. I just feel that it adds a confusion to the image which isn't entirely necessary.
Mika.
I scored at 76. I wanted to commend the photographer for the boldness and for the message, but I similarly felt like Kay that it just missed the mark a little. I felt that the technique was a little subtle, and the consequence of the subtlety made it feel like it wasn't quite right, rather than it sending me a clear message of what was happening. So for me, had the technique been a bit stronger, then perhaps I would have had that message more clearly, but it's the subtlety of the technique that confused the message for me and obscured the message for me.
Johan.
Right. It's great that we can have opposing opinions for similar reasons. Like, if this process had been bolder, then the story would have been about the process, and the process would have dominated the imagery, and we'd have lost the building's run-downedness, we'd have lost all the other elements in it, because they would have been obscured by the process. And I feel that there's enough subtlety in the process to allow the story to reach out to us. If there was too much purity, then the confusion of age would have been lost as well. So I feel that the process is particularly appropriate. If you can't come to a distinction, at least come to a shiny silver if you can. And yeah, see what you can do.
Rescore, please, judges. And you got it to a shiny silver at 82. Congratulations. And that brings us to the end. So congratulations to everyone. Thanks to Sony for sponsoring our 2024 Iris Awards, and thank you to Fujifilm for sponsoring the travel category. Thank you very much. See you later.